the last 12 months. If you go back during the pandemic, the South was really leading the charge, and I'm sure Governor DeWine is very happy about Ohio overtaking Indiana. Most Hoosiers maybe are a little regretting that, but Ohio's has taken the lead, and really the Midwest continues to take the lead. What's also been interesting here is the South has continued to struggle a little bit. Actually, it's fallen for most of the last 12 months, and actually the Northeast has taken the second spot. So there are a lot of differences and changes going on demographically that we see going on in the data, but the Midwest has really been the strong suit across the board, almost all industry sectors and all aspects in terms of client sizes as well.
John, thank you for joining us today, and go Midwest.
Yeah, Becky, great to see you again.
Ohio.
You too. And Indiana.
You said Ohio was...
Followed closely by Indiana.
Followed was the operative term there. Follow.
When we come back, Corning CEO Wendell Weeks on the company's latest results. We're going to get to talk to him about what he's seeing with the tariffs, how AI is driving growth at the manufacturing giant, and what they can do in terms of producing here in the United States. Squawk Box, we'll be right back.
Elevate your game this season at Dick's. Score the latest gear from the best brands for football, soccer, volleyball, and more. Plus, choose from thousands of cleats from Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and other top brands. Shop in-store or Dicks.com to make it your best season yet.
See, I made this one crooked.
This moment, story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
The recipe for a long, healthy life? It starts with gently cooking our food to give your dog the nutrients they need without the ultra-processing. Get 50% off your first box only at thefarmersdog.com.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Ninja Frost Vault Go, the premium soft cooler with a cold dry zone. It keeps food separate, dry, and fridge temp for hours. Ice stays frozen, zipped, or just shut. Ninja Frost Vault Go, drinking food's favorite cooler.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong on your noggins.
Small business owners, you got to stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to Zendu.com, and what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner, so you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for Advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Corning results are out this morning, beating expectations on both the top and the bottom line. You can see that stock is up by about 4% right now. In fact, if you look over the last year, it's up by more than 30%. You got to add this morning's gain to that as well. Joining us right now is Wendell Weeks. He's Corning CEO. And Wendell, welcome. It's great to see you this morning. Let's go back and set this a little bit in perspective, because you first came on with us about a year ago. You talked about Springboard. This is your plan for where things were going to go, the growth you saw. And at that point, you were looking for about $3 billion in extra revenue using capacity that you had already built and set up over the year. You came back to us later in the last quarter and said that that had been upgraded to about $4 billion. What do you see today?
Well, what you're seeing is we're running well above that plan, which is what should be happening. We built Springboard because we're riding several significant technology trends, probably the most powerful being Gen AI. And we just had remarkable response to our new products in that space and in others. And that's what's driving our growth is we've took sales up about 12% year over year since we were here last year, and earnings and cash flow up 28%.
What happened specifically with generative AI? I know you've explained this to us before, but for people who might be tuning in for the first time, and I want to say this because you've been at Corning for decades and decades, and you have laid things out, and Corning is going to be celebrating its 175th anniversary next year. You don't get to be a company that sticks around and then grows and finds new things without laying out the frameworks long in advance. What did you see with generative AI, or what did you build out that allowed you to play into the trends that we're seeing right now?
It is pretty cool to be 175 years old and still rocking it with new technologies like Gen AI, next generation mobile consumer electronics, next generation compute. And the way we do it is it's a combination of being the best in the world at our specific materials and how they interact with the world, and then linking that with long-term investment for where we think those technologies go next. And that's what happened with Gen AI. Gen AI for inside the data centers needs 10 to 20 times more fiber in the same space. So we invented a new set of high-density products to help build that neural network. The next piece of Gen AI is to connect all of those data centers to each other, and that's brought a new sort of billion-dollar driver to us with a new set of long-haul products. Beyond this, the next generation we're investing in is what's called the scale-up piece of the network, where each AI node increases in the amount of GPUs, which then moves those copper connections into optical. And when you come to photons, you're coming into our space.
So I think of some of the great things that you've invented in the past, like Gorilla Glass. You had the glass for the iPhones before there really was an iPhone. You had these things that allow you to do it. Who are your big customers right now when it comes to AI? Who's buying all this stuff?
So it's all the big hyperscalers you can name. So all of the big AI, the big names in cloud or Gen AI services who are putting in the infrastructure, that's who our customers are.
And is there any slowdown in sight? I mean, I think of you guys almost as like the NVIDIAs, who are the necessary building blocks for this.
Well, including us in the same sentence as NVIDIA, thank you. That's very nice.
Who do you compete with? Who else does this?
We're the only U.S. flag company that plays in our space.
Who are the non-U.S. flag companies that play in the space?
Mainly Japanese players like Furukawa, Fujikura.
So what, in terms of market share, if we were to look at a pie chart, I guess the U.S. I get the U.S. flag, but where do you own?
We are the largest player in the world and lowest cost player in the world in fiber optics.
But does that mean you control for this particular business, since it is compared to NVIDIA? NVIDIA owns 90% of the market for the high-end chips. You own what percent of the market for what you do?
We do well. I wouldn't portray us as having control of the market.
Okay, but is it 50%, 40%, 90%,
we
20%?
We do very well in this market.
Okay, but you control photons. So
no, I just said if you come into photon space, that's my home.
Is it a particle or a wave? A photon.
You can't.
Both. Good for you.
Hold on.
Duality.
Hold on. As a public company, you can't say what even estimate ballpark the market share that you have in this space?
It depends how you define the market. If you were to ask any one of our customers, what they would say is they can't build their infrastructure of the future without...
Order canceled.
I'm asking if an analyst were on the, with us right now, and they said, what percentage you have compared to these Japanese players and others, they would say what?
I would say we are at least twice the size of any one of our competitors.
Okay, we're going to get a square answer. I'm saying, is it 70% of the market, 50% of the market, for just something?
It is a large portion of the market.
Okay.
Wendell, let's talk a little bit about where you see this growth going. So Springboard, you had upgraded the last time you were on with us to say $4 billion. What do you see at this point? Are you upgrading any of your financial guidance on this?
We upgraded both our internal plans and our high confidence plan for investors to between $4 and $6 billion. We'll take another look at that in a couple of quarters. If we keep performing like this, there's a good opportunity we'll upgrade again.
You bring up the American flag being flagged as a company that's here, and I suppose you do that because of the incentives that President Trump is putting in for manufacturing here in the United States. How do tariffs impact you? What do you manufacture in the United States? What would you say on that front?
Well, our philosophy is that we put our manufacturing platforms in the same region as our customers. That is our long-standing philosophy. So as a result, in the U.S., 90% of what we sell in the U.S. is U.S. origin product. Of the remaining 10%, the huge majority is USMCA compliant. Only about 1% of what we sell in the U.S. we make in China. On the other hand, we have a similar type situation in China. So that philosophy serves as a natural hedge against any trade friction. We guide that in this quarter, somewhere between 1 and 2 cents of earnings per share is the impact of tariffs. We're actually seeing both new and existing customers start to approach us to make use and leverage our large advanced manufacturing platform here. And this could turn into a future driver, which could accelerate our growth even faster.
So what do you worry about? What are the areas that you have any concerns or that you have your team focused on at the moment?
Well, our main piece is how do we win in the next technologies over the next 5 and 10 years? We're investing today for that scale up piece of the network. If we win in that, that is 2 or 3 times the size of our current Gen AI business. So it's a dramatic opportunity. We know it will go into photonic space from electronic space. The exact timing's hard to call, but one way or the other, we have to win that technology platform.
Right now, you're riding a wave of AI spending from big capital expenditures that's coming from all these companies. If they were to ratchet that down, that would impact your growth plans.
Yes, it would. But so far, as I've shared with you before, every call that I'm on with my customers, it is all about how they can get more of our new products. We've yet to have a discussion about how do they pace their current commitments to us.
Okay. Well, Wendell, we want to thank you for coming in today. We appreciate your time. Wendell Weeks.
Thank you very much.
Wow. I'm going to ask you off camera about this. They actually froze light photons, super solid state recently. Boeing, meanwhile, releasing some quarterly results. Let's get to Phil LeBeau with the numbers. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Joe, take a look at shares of Boeing moving higher as the company reported much better than expected results for the second quarter. A smaller than expected loss of $1.24 a share. The street was expecting a loss of $1.48. Revenue better than expected at $22.75 billion. And then when you look at the metrics, the quarter within the quarter, across the board, much better performance year over year. Q2 operating margin, negative 0.8%. Look, it was negative 6.5% a year ago. The cash burn, this is crucial, and this is one reason the stock's moving higher. $200 million cash burn in the second quarter. Last year, the cash burn was $4.33 billion. Each of the divisions, revenue for commercial airplanes up 81% year over year. That's for commercial airplanes. Defense and space up 10%. Global services up 8%. Any way you look at it, strong numbers for the second quarter, especially compared to last year as the company moves back towards free cash flow being positive and cutting their losses and getting back to profitability. One negative note within the report is that the 737 MAX -7 and -10 models, those certifications, the company is confirming will be pushed out, they expect, into next year. That's not a huge surprise. People have been saying that for some time. They would likely happen next year. Lots to discuss with CEO Kelly Ortberg coming up on Squawk on the Street. It's a CNBC exclusive. Don't want to miss what he has to say. Bottom line is this, guys. Shares are moving higher because they have slashed their losses. Much better than expected results for the second quarter. Back to you.
To a new high, finally, Phil. 52-week high. Been trying to get through a couple of times, but yeah, it's come a long way. It's going to be a double pretty soon from the lows. It got as low as $128. But I mean, it's got a ways to go to get back to those glory days from a couple of years ago, Phil. But well on its way at this point. Amazing. Thank you.
Yep. Huge quarter, huge year.
Thanks, Phil.
Okay. Coming up, French AI company Mistral announcing a global partnership with global tech services company NTT Data. Company's co-founder and CEO, and NTT Data's CEO, is going to join us next in an exclusive interview. Do not go anywhere.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet.
Order filled.
Making a left!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at investing.com.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com. And in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Light. It guides our every waking moment. What we do and how we do it. But the amount of light we need can change in an instant. And when it does, you can control it. 3-day blinds. Find the light for your life. Visit 3dayblinds.com to get started.
Same old phone? Nah. It's me in 3 time zones. One eye on an edit, 1 foot on a trail, and 1 on this guy. Why settle for glass buttons? This is a real flex. Can your phone do that?
The Citi Double Cash Card. Feel the joy of earning unlimited 2% cash back. 1% when you buy, 1% as you pay. The Citi Double Cash Card.
It's like you're diving into brownie bliss. And it has 17 grams of protein. What the puff?
What the puff? Built Puff.
And we told you just a couple of minutes ago that Novo Nordisk is cutting its 2025 guidance. Now the company announced it has appointed a new CEO, Maziar Mike Dusdar. That move is effective on August 7th. And you can see they led the way into it, but Lilly, all of them are down a little from competition from the weight loss drugs, but that has fallen a long way and down another 23%, almost another quarter just this morning, down at 53. Yes.
And new this morning, French AI company Mistral announcing that it now has a partnership with global tech services company NTT Data. Joining us right now in an exclusive interview this morning is Mistral's co-founder and CEO Arthur Mensch, NTT Data CEO Abhijit Dubey. Good morning to both of you. I'll start with you, Arthur. What does this mean, and what does this partnership even look like? where you may be muted.
I am. Sorry.
But maybe his mic is coming back.
Yeah.
How you doing, Arthur?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Sorry about being muted. So for us, it's a partnership that leverage our mutual strength. It's about deploying securely AI in enterprises. It's about powering entity data solutions for call centers. It's about expanding in the countries where we are operating. So that's France, Luxembourg, Singapore, Australia, and Spain.
Abhijit, how did this happen? And how do you think about the various companies that are creating these big models?
So, Andrew, we follow customer demand. And what we have found over the last, I would say, 3 to 6 months is a real inflection point in large enterprise customers wanting to move from mass experimentation, mass POCs that they've done around AI and generative AI, and really want to deploy enterprise at scale. Because the reality is most enterprise customers, even though they've spent a lot of money and deployed a lot of stuff, actually haven't seen the impact in their P&L and the income statement. And so there are two things that have become quite important. One is to have really fine-tuned domain-specific models. And the second is the desire to actually own the data and deploy these models on private infrastructure. So hence this partnership that we have inked with Mistral. We believe that with Mistral's highly flexible, highly customizable models, combined with our deep domain expertise in different industries, in different domains, in different process workflows, as well as our global private cloud, as well as private AI infrastructure, along with our data engineering and data integration capabilities, is a formidable force, especially in regulated and critical industries like public sector, defense, utilities, financial institutions, et cetera.
Hey, Arthur, how should the public think about your models versus maybe some of the other models and some of the big sort of frontier models, and whether the frontier models can actually ultimately do what some of the smaller models can do?
Well, first of all, the models that we've been releasing in the last 2 years have been always been within the top tier. In certain part of latency and in certain specific domains, we're actually state of the art. So when it comes to transcription, to optical character recognition, to deploying models locally on laptops, for instance, we have the best models. And if you look at the open source models and the open source models in the West, so including the US and Europe, we are actually the leading actor. So this has been critical in building the trust with enterprises. And what differentiates us from typical model provider is this full stack approach to actually deploying AI and changing processes in enterprises so that we can deliver on the value. What we find with enterprises is that oftentimes they don't really see the P&L effect of generative AI. And what we found is that it actually takes more than models to deliver that value. It takes tooling to deploy agents. It takes workflow orchestration engines. It takes observability and these kind of things. And it also takes an expertise that can be deployed with enterprises. And that's also the purpose of this partnership that we are doing today with NTT Data, which is about how do you combine technology and expertise and talent so that you deliver on the P&L expectations with AI.
Hey, Abhijit, what is your sense of just what this is ultimately going to do to employment and productivity? I think that's been the central question around AI in a much sort of larger sense. And there has been no real answer yet. And I don't know if you think there's a tipping point that we're about to reach.
I think it's too early to reach a tipping point, Andrew. Unless we get to fully autonomous processes within enterprises, which I think we are a few years away, I don't think we're going to see a significant shift in the white-collar work. I think in the blue-collar scenarios, I think that AI can do amazing things, because the reality is many of these job categories, we actually have shortages. For instance, I think in the US right now, there's 500,000 job postings, especially for manufacturing, right, that are open, that cannot be filled. And I think AI can play a very significant role in onboarding and training new talent, because you can encapsulate institutional knowledge in digital versions of our existing labor force. And that digital labor can onboard new labor pretty fast. So I think it's too early to say it'll lead to wide-scale unemployment. There are definitely some categories like software development where we are seeing a slowdown in terms of hiring of classic software developers.
Arthur, you want to take on that?
Well, blue-collar productivity is one of the focus of the multiple customers and partners that we have, in particular in Europe, but also in the US. Manufacturing is indeed suffers from a job shortage, and what we found, and to abandon what Abhijit said, basically generative AI allows you to handle high turnover jobs and make sure that competence remains because you have onboarding systems that are much more efficient. That applies to blue collar jobs and white collar jobs. Again, I don't think that we're reaching a tipping point anytime soon. On the other hand, I would say that companies are looking at how to reorganize themselves once they have done like end-to-end process automation with AI. That's what we do with CMA CGM, for instance, when we handle all of their container release and cargo release, and when we handle the multiple of software and the multiple of people that were involved in the process, we actually do an 80% productivity gain globally on the organization. And what that means is that you have many people that can be reallocated to higher added value use cases.
All right. Arthur and Abhijit, want to thank you. Appreciate it. Congratulations on the new partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, much more coming up ahead now on Squawk Box, including an interview with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick as trade talks with China continue in Stockholm. That's at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
At Public Rec, we develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pads, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Seabeth, your mom told you to find a job.
Hello?
You made a company instead. To keep your growth going, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. Seabeth, insights that impact.
Tomorrow, with Chairman Powell under ongoing pressure to cut rates, what will the Fed signal regarding policy later this year? Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, tomorrow 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
I want to take a quick look at the futures right now. Dow up about 100 points. NASDAQ up about 100 points. The S&P 500 up about 17, 18 points now. Coming up, 4 dead in a shooting spree in Midtown Manhattan, including an NYPD officer. The incident putting a spotlight on corporate security. We're going to talk to an expert in the field in just a moment. Squawk Box returns after this.
Small business owners, you got to stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to zendu.com, and what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner so you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
At Bob's, furniture heroes like Kimberly have small space solutions for every budget, like sectionals with hidden storage, pop-up sleepers, and bedroom sets with a dresser or chesser at no extra charge.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture. You wouldn't give your kids candy every morning and call it a vitamin, yet many kids' vitamins are filled with sugar, dyes, and gummy additives. Haya is different. Our kids' daily multivitamin is made with 15 essential vitamins and minerals, no sugar, no artificial dyes, just goodness. Haya comes with a refillable bottle and stickers to decorate. Then get fresh refills sent monthly on a pediatrician recommended schedule. Join more than 1 million parents who already switched to Haya and get 50% off your first order.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vivguard Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vividly. Vivguard Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vivguard Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one. That's how we live vividly with Vivguard Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vivguard Hytrulo for self-injection.
With Redfin, you'll know the moment your next place hits the market, whether you're looking to buy your dream home or rent a sweet pad. Give us your gotta-have-it wish list of features, and you'll receive real-time notifications tailored just for you. Ready to see it up close and personal? Scheduling a tour is just a tap away. Download the Redfin app today.
Travel can be a Order nightmare. filled. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo. Order submitted. Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere. Order submitted.
A gunman opened fire inside a Manhattan office building, killed a New York City police officer and 3 other people. The gunman then took his own life. The building where that shooting took place houses offices for the NFL, Blackstone, KPMG, and real estate firm Rudin. Joining us right now with a look at corporate security is Dave Kamdad. He's the former Boeing Vice President, Chief Security Officer. He's now a partner, Chief Security Officer for Corporate Security Advisors. Good morning to you. Dave, you know, this is a tragedy that I think a lot of us watched on television unfold last night. I was getting texts actually from people inside the building as it was happening. When you think about corporate security in New York City, and you think about what goes on in lobbies, what goes on the street, are there lessons that we should be taking away from this morning?
Well, first of all, good morning, and thank you for having me. And really, such a tragic incident and loss of life. I think that the thing that corporate security leaders are looking at today is what they've looked at previously when you see incidents like this. Have they done all they can do to be prepared? Have they put together an intelligence-led security program that gives them the opportunity, hopefully, for early threat detection, rapid information sharing, and a coordinated response? And it's early in this investigation, but it's pretty clear that a lot of good things did happen yesterday.
If you were advising companies this morning that are saying to themselves, what should we be doing about our own security, what would you be telling them?
Well, I think they need to understand from a proactive intelligence, do they have a good perspective of their internal and external threats? You know, there are people that make threats that don't pose a threat. There are people that make threats that do pose a threat. And there are also people that never make a threat and are a threat. And so do they have the capability and the tools and the communications internally to work with themselves and also their partners in the building security and local law enforcement to put those pieces together and be able to identify people who may be showing undue interest in their company, the building itself, or someone within that building. And so I think that's what they're looking at today is, have we done everything we can do to be prepared for an event like this and hopefully prevent it?
In terms, though, of hardening buildings, especially in New York City, most of which have security guards, but not of all of whom are carrying weapons with them. Should they be?
Well, I think that's a building-by-building decision. And as we saw yesterday, when someone comes in with that type of capability, it's difficult unless you want to create really a perception that a building's unsafe and having officers walking around with
Order
long guns.
filled.
That's not really practical.
Order
Building
canceled.
security in New York and in most major security
Order
cities
submitted.
is very good. There's a process to get into those buildings. And this was one of those, again, low-frequency, high-impact events where the person walked in and basically ambushed everyone in that lobby with little to no warning. I'm not sure there would be anything that anyone could have done yesterday in that lobby, in that immediate moment, to change the outcome.
No, but Dave, the reason I ask is there are certain buildings in New York City where there is either a police presence or sometimes security that literally walks the outdoor corridors of the building, some of whom are carrying weapons. I mean, sort of clear efforts to sort of suggest to anybody who would consider threatening such a place, you know, you're not coming in here kind of thing.
Yeah, Dave, there's a far cry between carrying a long gun and having a weapon that you could have that, you know, that's not even obvious. I mean, a gun-free zone is totally unprotected.
Order filled.
And a total
Order
assault.
filled.
Order
filled.
Never see a
Submitted.
government building in Washington, D.C. or anywhere else where you wouldn't have someone that could use deadly force if he or she was presented with it himself.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And in this case, there was an armed personnel
Order
in that
submitted.
lobby, the off-duty police officer, Officer Islam, who unfortunately lost his life.
Yeah.
But he was outgunned. That individual walked in with far more capacity and capability than the officer had, and the officer likely had no opportunity to even respond.
Right.
Dave, finally, there's sort of a larger question, obviously, about mental health, gun violence. This was somebody who had a mental health problem, clearly, and also clearly had access to a gun, at least in the state of Nevada, where he was given a license.
For carry.
For carry. What do you think has to happen here? And by the way, even a larger question, what should the role of business even be in that conversation?
Well, that's a large question. And obviously, the individual was licensed to carry the weapon. Apparently, he was able to purchase his weapon legally. Don't know about this particular weapon.
Order filled.
As the investigation's in the early days. But, you know, clearly we've seen time and time again in some of these instances where the shooters have a mental health issue. And it's been documented. And the question always comes back to, well, should they be permitted to maintain their weapon? And in many cases, in many states, if there is a concern about someone, that weapon can be for their own protection, the protection of others. Law enforcement can confiscate that weapon for a period of time.
Order submitted.
To make sure that that individual is not in a position where they will do harm to themselves or other people. We'll have to understand over the coming days and as this investigation unfolds into what authorities knew, what, if any, actions had been taken in Nevada with this particular individual. But at the end of the day, it's a tragedy and just another unfortunate example.
Dave, I want to thank you for joining us. We appreciate your perspective on this morning. We also have some very sad news to report, which is Blackstone, one of the tenants in that building, is just out with a statement. It says the company is heartbroken to share that colleague Wesley LePatner was among those who lost their lives in that tragic incident yesterday. She was the CEO of the Blackstone Real Estate Income Trust. Blackstone said its prayers are with her husband, children, and family, and ours are too. And it's, I think it just hits so close to home because this happened really in the center of New York City in a building that I think we've all been to, and that a lot of people know, and it's right here on our doorstep.
Our thoughts and prayers go out to her family and to her colleagues, and we're so sorry for what they're dealing with today. It is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC.
Filled.
I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among today's top stories, trade talks between the United States and China resuming this morning in Stockholm, Sweden, after a more than 5-hour session yesterday. Both sides looking to close a deal before the August 1st deadline. We'll get the latest on tariffs and trade talks with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. That's coming up later this hour. Reuters reporting NVIDIA ordered 300,000 H20 chips from contract manufacturer TSMC last week. The H20 is one of NVIDIA's less powerful AI chips. It was developed specifically for China.
Order filled.
Export restrictions initiated back in 2023. And just announced in the last hour, Union Pacific is acquiring Norfolk Southern Union Pacific in a stock and cash transaction, implying a value for Norfolk Southern of $320 a share based on Union Pacific's unaffected closing stock price back on July 16th before word of this got out. This would create the nation's first transcontinental railroad with a combined enterprise of over $250 billion. Don't miss the CEOs of both Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern in a First on CNBC interview that's coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time.
Let's check the futures this morning. Had a lot of different, being buffeted by different things. Like, I think Dom probably talk about United Healthcare. First, look at the Treasuries. There's the futures across the board, though, in the green. Market does seem to want to go higher most days, and there's a 10-year at 438. Dom is with us now with a look at some of this morning's pre-market movers, which probably includes a couple of Dow components, I would think. Transportation, across the board, getting some good checks on the economy, I think.
Yes, absolutely. Dow components, bellwethers for the economy. Joe, Becky, Andrew, to your point here. So let's get you a check on, starting off with United Health, so Dow component, right, reversing some of the losses that we saw earlier on. We're down about 1.5%. You may recall just last hour we were down roughly 5%. The company did report worse than expected earnings and a weaker outlook for 2025 than consensus estimates. It comes as the healthcare giant continues to grapple with higher medical costs and investigations into its Medicare billing practices. Those shares are down roughly 45% so far this year. Another influence on the market so far today, Dow component Merck lower by just about 4%, 4.5%. The pharmaceutical company reported its first revenue miss since April of 2021.
Order filled.
He also said it will slash $3 billion in costs by the end of 2027 to support new product launches and its drug pipeline. For the full year, Merck is narrowing its revenue and earnings guidance as well, so on balance down 4.5%. And we'll finish with shares of economic bellwether UPS sliding roughly 3%, despite a better than expected revenue and earnings coming in roughly in line with estimates, we'll call it. The shipping giant did not give its full year revenue and operating profit outlook for the second straight quarter. They cited quote unquote macroeconomic uncertainty. Those shares have slid roughly 22% so far this year. So Joe, a lot of influences, and as you point out, some of those economic bellwether type effects on the market right now. I'll send things back over to you guys.
All right, great. Thanks, Tom.
Sure.
Okay, coming up from sports investing to the media landscape, the Fed and markets, Mario Gabelli joins us after the break with his favorite stock ideas and so much more. And then later, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick
Order
the latest
submitted.
on talks with China and the trade agreements announced just over the weekend. Squawk Box is going to be right back.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports.
Order filled.
Well, you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
I'm notoriously a pretty big Hamptons guy, so if I'm staying in the city for a weekend, I've got a few non-negotiables. A strong cup of coffee.
Order submitted.
Nice pool. Some vitamin C.
Order canceled.
Beach access. and most importantly, a weekend
Order
bag
submitted.
full of sharp, breathable clothing from my friends at Mack Weldon. Because summer should be fun, no matter where the season takes you.
Small business owners, you got to stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to Zendu.com, and what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner, so you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to CNBC.com.
Order filled.
Order.
Unique flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason, here, everything's better. Travel can be a nightmare. Luckily, you rented your car on Turo. Skip the rental counter with Turo. Rent just about any car, just about anywhere.
Welcome back to Squawk. Shares of Sarepta trading higher this morning. The company saying it's going to resume shipping a muscular disorder gene therapy to patients who can walk. That followed the FDA recommending the removal of a halt on that drug. Despite this morning's jump, shares are down roughly 80%, though, this year.
All right, let's talk media, taxes, tariffs, sports investing, and much more. We've got billionaire and value investor Mario Gabelli with us. He is the chairman and CEO of Gamco Investors. And Mario, it's great to see you here this morning.
Well, it's indeed a
Order
privilege
canceled.
and fun to talk about our favorite
Order
subject,
submitted.
which is stocks, and the world of which volatility is part of the daily breakfast, lunch, and dinner for us.
There has not been a lot of volatility lately. It's been kind of an upward march.
I'm looking at specific stocks, you know, the amount of transactions. For example, Flowserve had a deal to buy Chart, and it's being taken over for $210 in cash. And the shorts were in Flowserve because they were arbing it. And the Flowserve stock at 58.50 is down from 65, and it's a bargain. Scott Rowe's going to do a great job. You know, and then you got a deal like Iveco in Italy that postponed their meeting till this week on Thursday, and speculation is they'll sell their defense business. And the stock is 18 euros, and we think it's worth 29. And if they do that,
Order filled.
you know, what will they do with the balance of the business? So there's a lot going on all the time.
I know it's probably not in your wheelhouse at the moment in terms of things you've been considering, but Union Pacific announcing this deal with Norfolk Southern, I mean, that's going to be one that does test the regulatory, I guess, how willing they are to allow bigger transactions to happen. What do you think happens there?
Well, that is a great start because the notion of the tax structure in place so that now you can figure out what you can expense on R&D, what your depreciation bonuses are, what your other things are, that gives you a little more clarity. Secondly, the notion of some of these transactions getting approved quickly. Now, you have a new head of the Federal Communications Commission. Carr is saying, hey, we don't want the broadcasters to go the way of the newspapers. And he's going to be a lot quicker on making decisions. You're going to have Ferguson at the head of the Federal Trade Commission. The other one turned down a shoe company, and it caused it to have a disaster, Capri. Then, you know, among others, like iRobot was 55, and it's now 5. Sports Warehouse was 15, it's now 3. So
Order canceled.
Those individuals have moved
Order
on.
submitted.
And now you have that, and the changes also in the EU in terms of M&A. So I would think, I'm not going to say it's greater confidence, but when you look at the map, where is Burlington Northern, which is not on the East Coast? Where is Union Pacific? It's not on the East Coast. So what are the negatives to the shippers? And that's one issue. Clearly, you want to look at it, but it should not take 2 years.
Right. So you think there's going to be more deals? There already are more deals.
Yeah.
Those are percolating.
Not only that, you're going to have the private equity guys are stuck with, holdings, and they're laying them off to related parties and continuation funds, and now they would like to go more into the public domain or figure out another way to swap them. So you're going to see a lot more. And yeah.
Go ahead.
No, that's it. And then, we're going to see it in some other parts of the world as well.
Well, let's talk about media, because that's where you've always been a big investor. Paramount shares, voting shares of Paramount you owned, that deal getting approved. What do you think of it, and what do you think happens next with some of these other media?
Well, I thought somebody would ask me about Paramount. So I brought this, Andrew, for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What's important now?
Whip inflation now?
No, yeah, but that's an old. What's important now is our.
What's important? Okay.
That's my version. Whip inflation
Order
now
canceled.
was back in the 1970s. That was obviously
Order
important.
filled.
My mother told me about that period. Go ahead.
Yeah. You bought one of those expensive putters recently. Come on, that a private equity fund I just bought. Independent of that, what is important now? Netflix has got streaming. The world has changed. It's got a market cap greater than Comcast, greater than Disney, greater than
Order submitted.
Warner Brothers, greater than Paramount, greater than 3 or 4 of the other ones like Lion Studios, like AMC, combined. So how do we compete and survive in that? What is important now is to help Hollywood. We have to bring American creativity back. We have to bring the content and capability back. And that's what is going to happen with a combination of Redbird and Skydance. They will own 70% of a billion-share company. They'll have $10 billion of debt. Hopefully they can peel off some of the TV stations. So there's a lot to be done.
Do you think that company will ultimately buy and or merge with Warner Brothers, which just announced yesterday that it's going to be, it gave the new names, Warner Brothers and Discovery, but that would be something that you consider to be potentially an opportunity for them?
Look, think of Zaslav. He's going to take over what I call sports and streaming. He's put a new name on it last night, okay?
Discovery.
Discovery Global.
I know, he's got not
Order
Discovery.
filled.
He's put it on Warner
Order
Brothers.
filled.
And so, yes, the Zaslav.
Order filled.
Variety came out and listed how many Emmys they got. 142. They got the highest number of anyone. So the notion of, and he's got Superman doing $500 million at the box office, domestic and global. And so content creativity, but then how to monetize it. And that's where he's going to be very strong. Now, will he try to buy that company? Let's look at Warner Brothers. They've got 2.5 billion shares. The stock is $32 billion market cap. They got 28. You got $60 billion. Compare that to Netflix with $400 billion. Or maybe a little higher than that, $500 billion. How does he create value, and what is he going to do? Comcast is spinning off Versant, okay? And others are doing the same. Versant, sorry.
It's not
But so
French.
I got that French version. I can't get rid of the French version.
The reason I'm asking the question about Warner Brothers is right now there's a question. You're going to have the Paramount deal that's going to close, right? So that's about to happen. The question is right now, if you believe that the other ones that are up for grabs would be Warner Brothers, that would be one. You would think that Peacock, which would be, and NBC, which is part of this company. I don't know if you think that regulators would actually allow this company to do anything during this administration. That's an open question. Therefore, then you start to think to yourself, okay, there's sort of only 2 or 3 other options if you are David Ellison or you're David Zaslav.
The answer is go to Hollywood and start going back to basics. Give the consumer what they want, when they want it, at the lowest possible cost, and
well, I'm asking as an investor.
So neither a buyer nor a seller
for a moment.
That's what you do. That's the business.
Yeah, but I have owned Paramount since since Gulf and Western owned it. So I've been in it for 50 years. Just think about the next 20 years. Think about content. How do you create?
By the way, has that been a mistake for you?
I think you should have sold it.
Yeah, has that been a mistake for you?
No, don't forget there was a time when the guy in '02 shorted the stock and it ran to $90, and we were able to liquefy some and buy some back. We've been a long-term. We own 5 million of the 30 million shares of the voting stock. Of the 10 million that are outstanding, we're going to have zero. We're not going to own any. He's cashing us out. It's the terms of trade that we object to.
No, I know. The reason I asked that is Joe was, I think, alluding to, you would have been happier selling those shares 5 years ago.
I did.
You're saying
I bought them back.
5 years ago?
Okay. Well, no. After the guy, look, Tootsie Roll went from 30 to 60. Paramount went from like 30 to 80, back to 23. Today, I bought some today because I got until Thursday to make an election. You know, you got to look at financial engineering. You got to say, hey, I have to elect. And everyone looking at this program has to make the election by Thursday of whether they own Paramount and whether they want to own the voting, the non-voting stock, and how do they get the cash and elect to get the cash. And then they'll work on it again.
So,
but let's not get on that one.
Financial engineering is the process of either buying or selling stuff. Are you suggesting Zaslav should neither be a buyer nor a seller? Nor
No. First step, unfortunately, it's going to take 3 or 4 months to get this spun off. Okay? So there are other companies doing that. Tegna and Store Broadcasting are in the broadcasting area. And when Brendan Carr lifts the cap, right now you can only have 39.5% footprint of the U.S. TV households. That's going to be lifted. Which companies are going to do that? Then will he allow, which as I think he just did, allowing you to own more than one TV station in major markets? But I have to get a better clarification.
Let me ask you a different question about Brendan Carr. Given what he did to Paramount, given what the administration has done with a number of these lawsuits against media companies, how do you as an investor feel about that?
Come on, here. Andrew, that's why I brought this for you, okay? Right. What is important now is the vitality of that industry for the American consumer and the benefit of Hollywood.
But I'm saying that Brendan Carr may not allow other deals to happen because they may have
differences. Well, that's your speculation. It's not mine.
But we saw it in practice. It's empirical that these deals were held up because of these things.
Empirical,
the deal was Warner Brothers, when Zaslav tried to buy it, it was held up by the previous regulators for at least 2 years, and that was a crushing time. The world has changed.
I'm saying that was not about...
That's fine. You don't believe the world has changed? I do.
I'm asking a different question. I'm asking, what did you think, for example, of this last go-round with 60 Minutes and CBS and the payments that were made?
What's the relevance of that? That's history.
That was shareholder money. You don't care about these things?
You know, there's an old New York expression called bupkis. And let's deal with the relevant dynamics. Paramount has 650 million shares at $15. It's $10 billion market cap. They got $12 billion of debt.
Okay, so
what did you want it to do? To go to way of Capri?
And they'll save twice as much from canceling Colbert in a year that they spent on.
Well, that's irrelevant to me. The point is that you got to protect Hollywood.
It's very satisfying.
There's a bigger picture here of intellectual content coming out of Hollywood that you have. Paramount spends $18 billion on content. You wanted it to go down the sink if you didn't approve the deal? That should have been done months ago. It should have been done under the other persons that were running it. So, anyway, today, I want to talk about nat gas.
Before we get to that, though, Barry Diller has the idea. Barry Diller has come on and said that he thinks a lot of these assets are being discounted far too much. He thinks there's more value in the content than
like legacy.
In the legacy content than is reflected in the market today. Do you agree with that?
Yes, you have to, because you can recycle content to do other things. And so if you have content that's been fully amortized on your balance sheet, how do I look at the financial statements? Amortization, like for example, Netflix will spend $20-odd billion on content, but they're only amortizing 18. Whereas last year, Zaslav at Warner's amortized it fully. What is Amazon doing spending $20-odd billion? What is Apple doing spending $20-odd billion? What after they learned from Formula One? And what will they want to have as content? So Lion Studios is an example of that. AMC, which The Walking Dead at $6 is an example of potential content. That's it. This is exciting. We have to save Hollywood.
From itself.
What?
From itself.
Oh, come on. You know, this way, when you guys go out to Sun Valley, you can talk to all these organizations and feel comfortable.
Add on top of that the sports parts of this. You've long been somebody who's believed in Churchill Downs. You've long believed in the Atlanta Braves. How does that fit into what you're seeing today?
Sports and live news are important fundamentals for the small TV broadcasters, whether it's Fox, which I like at $51 with $450 of earnings for a June 30th year, and then they'll have the, so you want to own sports. How do I play sports? Baseball. You all were kind enough 2 years ago to sign this, okay? And this here is the Atlanta Braves. The stock, unfortunately, I'm going to cuff this, 15 and 45. So they've had a challenge starting off the year. However, the stadium and the battery park, and it's worth over $60, and it's fun to own it. However, you also have Madison Square Garden Sports, which is basketball. The Knicks and the Rangers are worth $400 a share. What is Jimmy doing? Right now, he's focusing on Abu Dhabi and the Sphere. He'll do something else. There's 24 million shares. They own 100% of the vote. I mean, of 4.5 million shares of super vote. Then in addition to that, soccer. Next year, 12 months from now, you're going to have everybody talk about the World Cup. Yeah. So I want you to own Televisa. Grupo Televisa has the rights to the Latin American market. They are selling, the stock is $2.27. There's 535 million shares located in Mexico City. And then there's a public company called Dartmouth, somewhere in Rheinmetall, I'm pronouncing it wrong, in Germany. The stock sells for €2.80. It's worth about 10 euros. And that's a soccer team. So sports is exciting because it's content, and it's global content, and soccer goes global. Okay, Man U, for example, is selling at 17.25, and the Glazers still own control. And Radcliffe bought it at low 30s, and at 17, it's probably worth it. They've been uninspiring on the field, but they'll improve. Then on top of that, I can't avoid talking about a company in Buffalo, New York.
Would you buy the spinoff from Warner? Would you buy Versant?
Well, first of all,
should they be buyers or sellers of the cable assets?
Lazarus is going to do a great job.
What's he going to do? Buyers? Is he going to consolidate?
No, but let's get the data out.
Let's get the what?
The data, the form. I want the financials. What is Comcast going to spin off? What's the debt? What's the P&L on a historical basis? What's the corporate cost? Once I get that, we'll put a microscope, and then we'll sit down with the management.
And tell them
what do you think of the split of Warner Brothers and Discovery?
I keep calling it Versant.
Versant.
What do you think about the other business, the Discovery Global business, which is going to have a ton of debt on it?
The debt of the pro forma company is $28 billion.
Right.
Okay, because he's made some adjustments. I don't have the final debt figures because there was some buying and swapping of debt and restructuring it. I can't answer. I know what the debt's going to look like. Gunner's going to do a good job running it. Okay, and we'll see. There's time and motion in place. Right now, think about what...
just wait for the data.
Wait for the data. Stars. I'm an analyst.
You got to dig
into the numbers, and that can happen in the next 60 to 90 days. They have, unfortunately, what you want, Andrew, is the regulatory environment to accelerate the time. You can't have a deal sitting out there for a year and a half in the content world, and then you have a strike. What's that thing? Screen Actors Guild, Writers Guild. What?
Just Andrew's expression. It's gotten progressively.
I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Befuddled.
Oh, come on. You know, the answer is you know everything, and you're right. You're doing a great job, and you're asking the right questions. But I don't have the answers.
There you go. Now he's smiling.
Mario, thank you.
Well, we're always privileged to be here, talk about my National Fuel and Gas.
Yes.
Which is an $85 stock, which is the way to play gas because they own 1,300,000 acres in Marcellus. Wow. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
One more. You got 5 seconds.
Oh, come on. 5 seconds? I got so many I can do in 5 seconds.
I've heard. Up next, coming from the CEO of Corning on the impact of tariffs. And check out the shares of Boeing, the company reporting earlier this
Can't even.
Shares right now.
I don't even know what
Don't
to
miss
say
Phil. Don't miss Phil LeBeau's exclusive interview with Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg. That's coming up on Squawk on the Street. We're coming right back.
The Daymaker pant by Public Rec. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. With the Daymakers, you can choose your waist and length sizes to guarantee a perfect fit. Now comfort looks good.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Crypto staking just hit Wall Street. For the first time ever, staking rewards are available through a U.S.-listed ETF. Introducing SSK, the Rex Osprey Sol plus staking ETF. Solana exposure with staking rewards built in. Convenient, cost-effective, secure. Solana, staked on your behalf, all through a simple ETF. SSK from Rex Osprey. Not suitable for all investors. Investors should carefully review the fund's prospectus for objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Visit rexshares.com to obtain it and read carefully before investing. Distributed by Foresight Fund Services.
Hi, I'm regional commercial actor Neil Patrick Harris. I love Rise Mushroom Coffee, and not just because I look good drinking it.
Hello there.
I also like the improved focus and all-day energy. Plus, it's easy on the stomach. That's because we use only the best organic mushrooms, like Stumpy Warthog, Bird in the Bushes, and Found a Hair in Marsupius, which sound like made-up names because they are. Rise Mushroom Coffee. Drink it cold or hot, like me.
I never considered myself an alcoholic, but drinking affected my job, health, and relationships. A powerful medication helped me take back control. Now I no longer feel the urge to drink, and the same pill that helped me could help you. Text TV to 710-710 to learn more.
Comcast Business Advanced Networking and Security Solutions help turn businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Corning beating expectations on both the top and the bottom lines. In fact, that stock is now up by 5 1/3%. The CEO, Wendell Weeks, joined us earlier in the program and talked about the impact of tariffs on his business.
We put our manufacturing platforms in the same region as our customers. That is our long-standing philosophy. So as a result, in the U.S., 90% of what we sell in the U.S. is U.S. origin product. Of the remaining 10%, the huge majority is USMCA compliant. Only about 1% of what we sell in the U.S. we make in China. On the other hand, we have a similar type situation in China. So that philosophy serves as a natural hedge against any trade friction. We guide that in this quarter be somewhere between 1 and 2 cents of earnings per share is the impact of tariffs.
If you take a look at the shares over the last 52 weeks, you'll see that they are up by about 37%.
Order submitted.
Right, up next, the race for the next Fed chair heating up even more. Steve Leisman joins us with the results of the latest CNBC Fed survey. And then Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick joins us for the latest on the tariff talks and the new deal with the EU, China. Squawk Box will be right back.
CBIZ. Your company started in the kitchen.
Hello?
Now it has 3. Your team of 5 grew to an army of 500. And that's your logo, right there in marble.
That's big.
To grow your business from big to bigger, you need an advisor built for the middle market.
Our data shows that this deal works.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ. Insights that impact.
Keeping your kids on a healthy diet is a full-time job. Haya is here to fill in the gaps and help make sure they're getting everything they need. Join more than 1 million parents who already switched to Haya and get 50% off your first order.
Through August 31st, everybody qualifies for Special Heroes pricing on our Black Ops irons, Wildcat Beginners golf clubs, every putter, every forged wedge, and all full bag deals. Visit pxg.com to learn more. PXG, you've never played like this before.
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful.
That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
At your next big event, everything needs to feel just right. From the presentation to the products, 4Imprint provides outstanding branded gear, guaranteed to show up sharp and right on time. That's the certainty of 4Imprint. Check out 4Imprint.com.
4Imprint for certain flavor. Tell me what's your flavor.
Here's a taste of H-E-B Creamy Creations Mexican Hot Chocolate. One of over 40 unique ice cream flavors created to satisfy Texans' cravings.
Tell me what's your flavor.
Watch the best animation together in one place.
It's the awesomest place on earth! Yeah!
Hulu Animehead, your animation destination.
The latest CNBC Fed survey showing that the Fed chair race is heating up. Senior economics reporter Steve Leisman joins us right now with more. Good morning, Steve.
Morning, Becky. The Fed expected to hold rates steady at its meeting this week en route to an expected September cut, and respondents to the CNBC Fed survey see a three-way tie in the race to replace Fed Chair Jay Powell. I'll get to that in a second. Here are the Fed expectations. 100% said the Fed won't cut in July, but 27% think it should. That reflects agreement, perhaps, with two Fed governors who could dissent at this meeting. 65% those see the Fed cutting in September, and 31% is the likelihood of a U.S. recession, down from 38 in June and 53 in May, after more clarity in tariffs and their impact. But 1.4% is the GDP forecast. That's up from 0.6 from the May lows with all the concerns about reciprocal tariffs. Here's the outlook for the funds rate. 4.4 is the current rate, goes to 3.9, that's two cuts. 3.5 next year, that's two more cuts, showing the Fed is still seen remaining, though, above neutral, or the 3.3% average long run rate, even through 2026. Who the next Fed chair will be is also anyone's guess here. Kevin Warsh, the former Fed governor, 24%. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent at 24%. Kevin has it just a little bit behind the 22%. And Chris Waller, the Fed governor, who is one of those who might dissent, he's at 14%. Will Trump fire Powell early before his term is up? 84% say no. 11% say yes. What about policy and the Fed and the criticism from the president? Well, 30% say it makes it more likely the Fed will cut. 42% say less likely, and 56% say neither. Bessent has said the president could pick a new Fed chair as soon as December, but that's just a couple months earlier than either former Fed chairs Bernanke or Yellen were nominated. Becky?
Steve, is it weird that no cut this time, but then everybody assumes there'll be a cut the next time? That seems to be saying that while everyone's waiting for an inflationary impact from the tariffs, do they not really believe? If there is one, then why would you be able to cut the next time?
And recessionary expectations are coming down.
Yeah.
So why would you be more likely to
It's
cut?
weird. It's like, oh, we're saying we think there might be inflation, but we don't really believe it, and we'll cut in October.
You know, Joe, I've got two things to say about that. First of all is, as a reporter, I've always maintained that if you can think of the story today, you ought to do it today, because you'll be late if you do it tomorrow.
Right.
And I think you're kind of getting at that, which is if you can foresee the preconditions for cutting interest rates today, why don't you do it? And I can add a little bit to that from the survey, which is that now you have more of our respondents are convinced that the tariffs will be a one-time price hike rather than broader inflation. It's like 51% to 43%, but that just got above the 50% level. Let me throw something a little bit weird at you, maybe a little abstract, which is maybe it's the Fed's tougher actions and waiting that will keep the tariff inflation from spreading and becoming broader inflation. So the idea of let's wait and see, let's be tough here, and let's be sure that this doesn't spread is the reason why it wouldn't spread.
Wow, that's delusions of grandeur for the Fed, but we know they suffer from that anyway.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're going to say that inflation is low now, isn't it their policies that got us there, just like they messed up back in 21, 22?
Maybe.
Meantime, thank you, Steve. We're going to continue this conversation. Anastasia Amoroso is here, Chief Investment Strategist for Partners Group of Private Wealth Business. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
We'll hear from the Fed. We'll see what happens. But where do you think this train goes?
Well, I think it looks like we're headed for the September rate cut, but I do agree with the conversation here, which is there's sort of not a good reason to wait, and there's almost not a good reason to cut in September either, given what we have today.
So there's no good reason to do either.
Well, yes, unless we finally get through the tariff impact that has been anticipated, that has been sort of feared for by the Fed. If we get successfully through that, I think the Fed will cut. I would say, Andrew, the reason for the Fed to point to a cut is that 4.5% interest rates today, about 2% in real terms, that is above restrictive. So, does the economy need ongoing restriction? Probably not. And the labor market has weakened, but is not weakened enough to, I would say, warrant those urgent cuts. So here's what I would say, though, from kind of the investor chair, especially the private market participants, is obviously a rate cut would be very much welcome. But at the same time, we have already seen rates go down about 1%, and we have seen lower use of leverage across the economy and across private markets, for example. So as a result of that, financials for many companies look better already. But if we get a rate cut in September, we'll certainly take it.
But you're betting on one.
Look, the market is betting one.
You think the market is betting on one?
The market is betting one. There's about a 65% probability that the market is assigning to a September rate cut. And what
that's not a huge bet.
Well, relative to very little for July. But here's what I hope to hear from Fed Chair Powell this week, which is what and when and why will they actually cut rates? What are some of the characteristics? And I suspect he'll say something like, we want to see the impact of the tariffs, and we actually want to see what the tariff rates are, because we don't know that
when
today.
When do you think you'd see that impact? And I'm not sure you'd even see that impact by September.
No, but you're going to see a couple of inflation reports. And I think there are two other measures, Andrew, to your point, that are important, which is market implied inflation expectations, which have been largely range bound. And I suspect they can continue to ease from here. And the other point that Joe was also making is the consumer inflation expectations. Because remember, in one of the surveys, they've ratcheted up to 6 or 7%, and they've pulling back since those levels. So if we go through a couple of more months of no materially higher realized inflation, I suspect those inflation expectations come down across the board, and that's what sort of would give the Fed the license to cut.
Okay, if that's the case, you would own everything. You'd be buying everything right now, no?
Right. So,
and I'm not sure, and a lot of people think this is an overvalued market right now.
Right. Look, if we look at it short term, certainly there's a level of exuberance. I would argue this exuberance has been justified by the constructive news flow, but we are 30% off the lows that we've seen in April. We got high valuations in public markets, and we've also got overbought conditions. So near term, I'm not sure this is the exact buying point, but as a longer term investor, you have to step back and say, what is the earnings growth doing? What are the margins doing? And what are the valuations? And here, Andrew, I can compare and contrast the public to private markets. And especially in private markets, for example, we're seeing meaningfully lower valuations. We are seeing meaningfully higher margins, and also the ability to sort of build those margins. And we're also seeing higher earnings growth as well. So if we get the tailwind of a rate cut, that's obviously phenomenal. And I will say one more thing is if we continue to have these constructive capital markets, we're likely to see an uptick in M&A activity continue, I should say, because we've seen quite a rebound already in June.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
We'll see what happens.
All right, up next, day 2 of the U.S. trade negotiations with China. Both sides, are they really? Maybe. Both sides looking to reach an agreement before the August 12th deadline, we assume. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is going to join us next to discuss the latest. Squawk Box coming right back.
And Harry Kane scores another goal. Is there anything Harry can't do since switching to new Skechers football boots?
Checkmate.
Incredible. That's impressive. This guy can do anything in Skechers.
New Skechers football. It's comfort that performs.
Ninja Frostvault. Meet Ninja's family of premium coolers with the cold dry zone that keeps food separate, dry, and fridge temp with premium ice retention even after the adventure ends. Ninja Frostvault. It's drinking food's favorite cooler.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent, AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
With 4imprint, you get more than promo products. You get the certainty of personal service, design expertise, and unmatched quality to make your moment shine. Be 4imprint certain at 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspays.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
The premiums were getting unreasonable.
We just didn't need the coverage anymore.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Many kids' vitamins are filled with sugar, dyes, and gummy additives. Haya is different. Our kids' daily multivitamin is made with 15 essential vitamins and minerals, no sugar, no artificial dyes, just goodness. Get 50% off your first order.
Last year, we helped small business owners fall asleep. This year, we're waking them up.
Morning, people. Feels good to finally connect with y'all.
Meet the world's first AI alarm clock, Craig AI, or as I like to call him, Craig.
Craig, is this magic?
It's not magic, just AT&T Business's fast, reliable internet.
Right. Superhero.
Don't worry about saying it.
Trade talks continue today in Stockholm as the president's tariff deadline approaches for some on August 1st, China August 12th. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick joins us right now. It's always good to see you, Mr. Secretary. Will you bear with me for just a second before we talk China? Let's talk about the EU deal. And I know you think it's just great and a big victory for the president. That's your take. I'm going to let you explain why. And I'm not going to defer to the Democrats or legacy media on whether it's a good deal or not. I'm going to go right to who it really seemed to upset, and that's France and Germany. And even the European Commission president, you heard what she said. I thought it was very telling. She goes, look, I know this is awful for us. It's the best I could get. I'm trying to salvage something. So I think that indicates, and I don't want to be too jingoistic or America first, but to me that indicated that the president was able to get a pretty good deal.
Exactly right. The president knew how far he could go, and he went exactly that far. The thing about our president is he's got that intuitive nature when he's sitting across the table and making a deal. He knows how far he can push it. I mean, imagine they committed to $750 billion of energy purchases, natural gas and oil and nuclear, during his term. They committed $600 billion of companies investing in America, and then 15% tariffs. They will pay 15% pretty much across the board. And we, of course, have an open market to the $20 trillion European market. It's 5 times bigger than any other, Japan and India, 5 times bigger with 450 million people. It was a master class by President Trump.
I think that they, and everybody's saying it, that the decision to accept the 15% level was in sharp contrast to where they were recently, just weeks ago, with a much more adversarial tone. And they came to the realization that President Trump thinks that these 15% tariffs should be permanent. And my question is, can you make a strong rationale for why that is the case? Wouldn't it, if it was 0-0 on both sides, and even, got some other things extracted from the EU. Do we want this 15% to onshore? Is that what it's all about, bringing stuff back here? Or is it about all the revenue that gets collected from whomever you want to say is paying it, whether it's, you say it's foreign countries or companies here or consumers or whatever? Why is that the status quo, that it's going to be permanent?
Okay, so Europe has a $235 billion a year trade surplus with us, which means at the end of every year, they end up with $235 billion worth of dollars. They sell us more stuff than we sell them. And you know what they do with those dollars? They just buy America. We're basically having America sold out from under us by continuing to have these $1.2 trillion globally trade deficit, which every economist says should not be able to happen, but it's been staying with us for more than decades. So it's got to end. The president is changing it. So his view is you can onshore to get rid of it, or you can pay a tariff to get rid of it, but let's figure out how to get rid of it. And the key to why the Europeans did the deal is autos and pharmaceuticals. I mean, remember, we are the payer of the world, right? All pharmaceuticals, they all make their money by selling to America. And President Trump has been very, very clear. If you're going to sell here, you're going to produce here. And so the Europeans got in front of that freight train and said, we'll pay you 15% for that, but we don't want you to rip all of our companies out of Europe and move them to America. So while the French have got a lot to say, they were able to protect Sanofi from staying in France, because if they didn't do this deal, Sanofi would become an American company.
Secretary Lutnick, I think there are still some questions and uncertainties that remain around it. I know both sides have agreed that this is a framework, not legally binding at this point. But if you listen to some of the EU leaders, they'll say that there are some uncertainties still out there. And I just wonder where you think they came down, just in terms of steel and aluminum tariffs still being there at 50%. What happens with pharmaceuticals eventually? Will they be maintained at 15%, or are there additional tariffs that come in there? Some of the certain natural resources as well. And they have said that they can't promise that these pretty hefty expectations for purchases and investment, those massive targets, whether they'll be able to hit them or not, because they're relying in large part, on private funding. There's still a lot to work out. They've said that sometimes these agreements usually will take years. Do you think that will be the case here?
Well, historically, these kind of agreements would take a decade. And they, of course, wouldn't come to fruition, right? Barack Obama spoke to them for his whole term and never got anything accomplished. President Trump works on a different time frame and on a different clock. He wants to get things done now, and he uses the power of the American economy to get things done now. So pharmaceuticals was key. It was important for them to have pharmaceuticals be part of the deal at 15%, because President Trump is going to come out in the next 2 weeks with his pharmaceutical policy, and it is going to be higher. Basically, if you are not building your plant in America where we pay for pharmaceuticals, you are going to pay a massive tariff, because why should we pay for your drugs and you make them overseas and you make your money overseas? At least if we're going to pay for your drugs, you're going to build them in America. So they got ahead of that. They got ahead of pharmaceuticals. They wanted to get ahead of cars, because 25% on autos means, as you've heard Donald Trump say it, you're going to build your cars in America. No one can afford to export and pay a 25% tariff. So the Europeans found the highest level that they could survive with, because President Trump would not have cut it otherwise, and they could then keep their autos there. You know, they'll do many, many build plants here, but they don't have to move them all here. And that was the model. They can move a lot, but they don't have to move it all. Right. So I think when we talk about it in a year, you'll see the Europeans are satisfied with it, because when they see the full Donald Trump policy, which they understood, they knew this was the important deal for them. And of course, it was sensational for Donald Trump, because it proves everything he said about tariffs is absolutely true. And you can see it right here, right now.
Mr. Secretary, do you think the negotiations are over? And the reason I say over, meaning there's big questions about other issues I think that the president would like from Europe, for example, around big tech and the regulations on them, and digital taxes and all sorts of other things. And so I raise the question, is it possible that there's additional conversations about some of those issues, and that those issues get brought back into a different discussion around tariffs so that the ceiling becomes 15%, but actually it could go lower perhaps if, in fact, there were other agreements that were reached. Is that even possible? Is that a chess piece?
Well, I wouldn't say lower. I mean, natural resources, the president did include, when he does a deal, he does include, if you grow something and we don't grow it, that can come in for zero. So if we do a deal with a country that grows mangoes or pineapples, then they can come in without a tariff because coffee and cocoa would be other examples of natural resources. So an example for Europe that they brought up is cork. You know, like the cork on that we all see in our houses. Cork can come into the United States without a tariff. And do I expect to continue to be talking to the European Commission's trade people? Yeah, they called me this morning to talk about what are other things to talk about. Digital services taxes and the attack on our tech companies, that is going to be on the table. It wasn't on the table today. There are other things that they would like steel and aluminum, that were not included in this deal that will be on the table. There's plenty of horse trading still to do, but the fundamentals of their $20 trillion economy are set. We sell into them without a tariff. They sell into us for 15%, but they protect themselves on autos, they protect themselves on pharma, they protect themselves on semiconductors, and those three protections were fundamental for the European Commission, and anybody who picks on them is going to learn over the next 2 weeks why the people who did that deal were really smart to get this deal done with Donald Trump.
You can wrap China into this, but other countries where things are, I mean, Canada. What about Canada? I don't know what they're feeling now at this point. India,
order filled.
Is that imminent? What do you expect to happen? And what's really happening with China in your view right now? Are things going okay with some of the president's comments about fake news says I want a meeting with Xi? It's not true. We thought that there was eventually going to be some type of meeting between President Xi and President Trump, and that was going to be where we really got down to brass tacks.
Well, I think with respect to other countries, what's happened is many countries had made us okay offers to open their markets, 50%, 30%. And then the president said, no, I want them open. And then they get up to 75%. And the president said, I want it open. So now the price of a deal with the United States of America is black and white. Completely open markets. He wants to make sure that Americans can sell their goods overseas. He's tired of all those years where it was unfair and asymmetric against us. He wants to right the wrong of the last 80 years of trade policy, and he wants to do it now, and that's what he's doing. So are there deals on the table for him to consider? Yes, but he knows that he can just set the rate and set the price and move on, and he said that over and over again. We put in front of him the deal, he sees the deal, and he decides, do I want to do a deal with India or I don't? And that is up to him. We've done our job. They've made offers, but these countries came to the table slowly from what President Trump was hoping for. But of course, from their perspective, no one's moved as fast as the world has moved with respect to Donald Trump. He has moved the world in a way that no one can imagine. He's done this in 6 months. This is amazing, and I am, as you can tell, I'm having the best time working for Donald Trump.
We're out of time, but so you think it's more likely that musical chairs, people are looking around thinking, no one wants to be last, do they?
Order submitted.
You think we're going to hear more?
Oh, no.
Well, China's going to be tough.
All day.
We only got 30 seconds, but China's going to be tougher.
Always.
Yeah.
China is their own thing. We have our own team working with China. They're their own thing. I'll leave the people who are working with China right now to give you a briefing on what they've accomplished and where they are. I'll leave it to them.
Order filled.
For the rest of the world, we're going to have things done by Friday. And Friday is not that far away, so you should expect, we said, August 1st is the date that we're setting all these rates, and they are off to the races after that.
Friday's close, and then Monday's close, unfortunately, too. Secretary, we got to go. Thank you very much. Good to see you. We'll be right back.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
Railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, or on it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Are you ready for a great offer on an amazing mattress? Actually, make that your choice of 3 top-of-the-line mattress brands from Rooms To Go. Now easy to buy thanks to 72-month interest-free financing. Choose from the latest Beauty Rest Black, Stearns & Foster, or Tempur-Pedic mattresses. Premium choices, the ultimate in comfort and support. Yours with special interest-free financing for 6 years. That will put your mind at rest only at Rooms To Go.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Make sure to join us tomorrow, and don't miss Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg coming up next with the gang on Squawk on the Street, which begins just about 87654. Anyway, go.
Don't give any time
Enjoy.
away.
We'll see you in a moment.
Keep talking.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Futures pretty steady despite a patch of earnings disappointments today out of Spotify, UPS, UNH, Whirlpool, Novo. Fed meeting begins today. M&A gets more active with the rails. S&P's going for 7 consecutive record closes today. Our roadmap begins with a mega U.S. railroad deal. UNP buying rival Norfolk Southern, creating the nation's first coast-to-coast freight rail operator and potentially reshaping the transportation landscape. We have a first on CNBC with the CEOs of both companies in the 10 a.m. hour.
Plus, as Carl referenced, flood of earnings this morning, including Boeing, which is higher after it slashed losses. Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg is going to join us. That's just a few moments from now. We're going to talk to him, of course, about his outlook for the plane maker.
That's going to be great. That's going to be great.
Good. I'm glad to hear you think it's going to be great. All right, United Health also, I don't know if that's great. 2025 earnings are going to be worse than expected. In fact, stock is down, but it's off its early morning lows.
Let's begin with this Union Pacific Norfolk Southern mega deal. David, I know you've been working on some of the deal valuations. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it was what, a week, not quite 2.5 weeks ago. We talked about all of the chatter. I talked about the possibility of a transcontinental merger. Jim was like, "Whoa," and here we are. They were working hard in Washington at the time. That's a lot of the chatter that I was starting to hear. Jim Venna being aggressive in terms of trying to get a sense for the willingness of regulators, namely the Surface Transportation Board, to approve a potential transcontinental deal. And, said simply, I think their contention is going to be a transcontinental railroad is good for the United States of America. And that may well be a winning argument, and you now have the deal to back that up. And as for the deal itself, around $320 a share is where it comes in. Let's see how UNP stock does. You're going to have some people shorting the stock at this point. What's it composed of? One share of Union Pacific is what you get, and $88.82 in cash for each share of Norfolk Southern, of course. Worth about $72 billion in cash and stock. And you're talking, what is it, about 72% or so, somewhere in there, of the composition being in stock. And $2.5 billion termination fee. No voting trust. Remember, this is something that I've been talking about in the last couple of weeks as this deal became more and more of a potential reality. Of course, last week we had the companies confirming they were in talks. No voting trust, which means you're going to have to sit there as a shareholder and wait. How long? 18 months, 2 years? We'll see. But, Jim, the key is going to be the STB. They're the ruling body here. It's not a DOJ, as we are so typically accustomed to. in terms of ruling on antitrust. Here it's the STB. They have 4 members right now. It's 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, but one of the Democrats is falling off in late December. The president appoints the members.
Submitted.
And as so many other decisions in this world we live in now come back to President Trump, so too may this, in the sense of he has the power to appoint another Republican. And that's going to be the key.
Canceled.
The companies obviously will be arguing for all the reasons
Submitted.
that I cited 2.5 weeks ago when I was talking about this possibility. American champion, reindustrialization, efficiencies that will come, and the namely that, hey, Canada's got a transcontinental railroad. Why don't we?
Well, what's incredible, if you look at the actual rails, it makes so much sense. There's so little overlap. You want an east-west. It would be a great thing. There is tremendous congestion where the two in the Midwest and Chicago area. So I don't see a lot of the overlap that would make you not like it. I think that if you were a regulator in the previous regime, you might say, you know what, these two will never compete if we let them merge. So we can't let them merge because now they won't go against each other. But the fact is, they were never going to go against each other. That's not, the rails stopped doing that years ago.
Right.
So I look at this and I say, Venom makes sense. The only issue is, okay, so doesn't Burlington North have to go by CSX? And they do.
And that becomes the key question that we've also been entertaining at this desk now for a bit of time, including even when we first started talking about it. Burlington is owned by Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway. And again, you have to wonder, all right, Buffett typically has not involved himself too deeply in things in D.C. Again, to the extent that President Trump will play a role here, which you have to imagine he will, since he does on virtually everything. I don't know that he's a friend of Buffett's, who's seen as not a supporter. That could become important. But will they make the move to try to get that deal done? Because you want to put 2 deals in front of the STB, potentially, would be the strategy. And they either have to say no to both or yes to both. Alternatively, you could try and fight it if you're CSX and Burlington Northern separately. Just fight it at the STB and see if you can win that to prevent it from happening. But your point's a good one, Jim, and it's the key one. And we're sitting here and waiting. We had Joe Hinrichs on with us last week. They obviously did put themselves essentially, I would say, almost up for sale. They said, hey,
I would say totally.
And we know who the potential buyer is,
right.
But the question becomes, does Buffett make that decision? Is Greg Abel, obviously, or does the lady who runs Burlington make the decision, Catherine Farmer? I don't know, but somebody's got to make a decision as to whether they want to try and make this thing happen.
But this is a deal where you just would never have seen it. This is all just Trump. I think that they have a feeling that this one's going to go. That'll make, no matter what, they would get it. And I would argue that if you think there's going to be big reindustrialization, Carl, you do want it. It makes sense to have this like seamless. The rails are. Look, I think we all wish that we had more rails in the country. They're much cleaner. 400 miles the diesel gallon. You could argue that other countries have them in a much more, in a superb way, and we're a little disjointed. This makes a lot of sense. The only reason it wouldn't make a lot of sense. Well, also, look, you don't need as many people.
You don't,
STB,
but I mean, infrastructure spend, jobs. Again, it's my contention that Jim Venna, who's been really, and he's been the engine behind this, he's already, I think, he had to check boxes in D.C. to at least get comfortable enough to take this kind of a risk.
Right,
you don't do it if if they say no way, you don't do it. So
yeah, I think that this got the wink. I think it's a wink.
Yeah, look forward to talking to those gentlemen at 10 a.m. We'll talk some Baker Hughes chart as well later on.
Oh, my God. That deal is so smart, particularly in light of what this is liquefied natural gas. They've always had the great equipment. They even also, I remember, used to have them all the time. They had the welders. You need a lot of welders. That's a great deal. It's Merger Tuesday.
Yeah, in many ways.
Merger Tuesday.
And earnings Tuesday as well. Boeing shares are rising after the jet maker did cut its losses, posted much better than expected Q2 results. Our Phil LeBeau is at Boeing headquarters and has a very special guest this morning. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Carl. Kelly Ortberg, thank you for joining us today. Let's start with Q2 results. Better than expected, a much smaller than expected loss. You're improving your cash burn substantially, a lot of that because deliveries were increasing. Can you get the cash flow positive in the third quarter, or is that further out?
Well, we've always said that we want to get cash flow positive in the second half. Certainly want to finish the fourth quarter with positive cash flow so we get into 26 with this cash burn turned around. So that's still our plan to do. We have a one-time potential big payment in the third quarter associated with the DOJ settlement, so that's yet to go. But I do feel confident in our fourth quarter turning to positive cash flow.
In the second quarter, you essentially are at a production rate for the MAX of close to 38 per month, which is the cap set by the FAA. And you've said, look, we want to get up to 42 per month. When do you ask the FAA for that approval?
So soon. We're going through the process. Once we've gotten to 38, we want to be stable. We've got a set of key performance indicators with the FAA that we're monitoring to make sure that the production line is stable. Once we do that, we'll go through a process where we sit down with the FAA, get approval, and move to the next rate. We certainly want to get that done here in the second half of the year.
Third quarter, or is it more likely you can't put a time frame on it?
We will be working with the FAA in the third quarter for sure.
Let's talk about the EU tariffs, and then I know Jim's got a quick question, but with regard to the EU tariffs, the 0 for 0 inclusion in terms of airplanes and aircraft parts not being tariffed, how critical is that for you guys and with all of your customers worldwide?
Yeah, I mean, it's super critical. And, you know, the administration is doing a really, really good job of, as they're negotiating these bilaterals, taking into account the implications on the aerospace industry. So these 0-0 deals are really important for us. And in fact, the latest deals in the last couple of weeks have given me more confidence in our ability to manage through this tariff environment.
Jim, I know you have a question.
Yeah, Kelly, a lot of countries seem to want to curry favor by saying, you know what, we're going to put some orders in with Boeing. When I saw, first of all, I knew you had a lot of business that you take product from Japan. I was worried about tariff. Looks like that's okay. But you're telling us basically that these orders will be converted. You can make a lot of money. People should get in line.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these orders are great improvements to our overall backlog. Now, we obviously have to increase our production rates to meet that demand, and that's what we're really focused on doing. I will say from an input tariff perspective, the deal with Japan is very important because that's one of the largest importers that we have for some of our product, particularly on the 787 program. So I like the way this tariff situation is playing out. It's good for our business. It's good for aerospace, the aerospace industry in the U.S. Going to create great jobs, and I think that's what the administration's focused on doing.
Okay, so Kelly, also, not to rain on the parade, but I got worried about this, the defense, the labor issue. I thought we were through the labor issues. Could this derail you?
No, I don't think this is going to derail us. Look, I think you have to put this in context. It's 3,200 machinists that we have working on primarily our fighter and our weapons programs in St. Louis and St. Charles. Juxtapose that to our last fall 30,000 machinists in our commercial program. So it's much smaller in scope, and this is something we'll work through. This isn't going to derail our recovery.
Kelly, you've got two MAX models, the Dash 7, which is the smallest version, and then the stretch version, the Dash 10. You're not going to have those certified this year, and you've officially said in your note today, you said, look, we're pushing that certification expectation out to next year. How tricky is this problem with the engine anti-ice solution in terms of finding a solution? How tricky is that right now?
Well, it's proved to be a little more tricky than we thought. I would have forecasted that we'd be through that design work right now. It has proven a little more difficult. We have several solutions that we're still working to finalize, and that's why we've decided to move the certification into next year. This is the critical path for the certification of those two models. So we're working keenly on trying to get that design nailed so that we can move on with the finalization of the
You know, there's going to be some investors who will watch this and they'll say, we've heard this before regarding MAX certifications. Well, we're going to push it out another quarter. We're going to push it out another year. How confident should they be that you will get this certified, these two planes certified next year?
Well, I've said these development programs are difficult. There's no silver bullet in completing the development programs. We're working real hard on doing that. I think our engineering team has several solutions that they're going to work through. It's just a matter of getting that done and then getting through the cert process. So we're still forecasting to get that done here next year.
You are coming up on the one-year anniversary of coming into this company. And when you stepped in, you knew that you were taking over a company that had some serious issues, especially when it comes to the culture in terms of manufacturing effectiveness, safety, and efficiency. Are you confident that you have turned the corner, or is it too soon to say that?
I don't know if it's too soon to say. I would say we're turning the corner, and I see very, very positive signs. We've done a lot of work on the culture. The teams are rallying around that work. I am seeing a different Boeing showing up in the marketplace. I'm hearing that from our customers, but we got a lot of work yet to do. We're going to continue to focus on that, and I think we're seeing the early signs of that turnaround, and that hopefully that'll help us through next year as we continue to improve the culture.
The Air India crash investigation, no indication that there's anything with the Dreamliner that was at cause here with the fuel cutoff switch, et cetera. But this has raised the question about, should all airplanes have video in addition to a cockpit voice recorder that could assist investigators? Would you be open to saying, sure, we'll put video cameras inside the cockpits?
You know, Phil, I don't think that's a technology problem. We could do that. I think it's much more of a privacy and airline issue. So we would do that if the regulators and the airlines felt that was something that's needed. At this point, I don't see that happening.
Brian Bedford approved as the new administrator of the FAA. I know you know him from your work with him over the years. Has he come out to Seattle yet?
Not yet. We have talked with Brian, and we're trying to get him out here in a week or so out to Seattle. So we're very pleased to have Brian on board. Chris Rocheleau did an excellent job in the acting role with some pretty difficult challenges to manage through. He stays on, so we think we're going to have a real good continuity here as Brian comes on board. It's really important because we have this upcoming rate increase on the 737 MAX to get through with the FAA, and also all the certification work we're doing on the commercial derivatives.
And you've got the one of those certifications, the 777-X, 777-9. Are you optimistic that gets certified this year?
So the certification will be next year, Phil, on the 777-9. We have 4 airplanes in the flight test program right now. It's progressing. There are no new technical issues coming out of the flight test program. We got a lot of hours on that airplane, so we're pretty confident that we'll get through the certification flight test. We do have a mound of work to get through in just the overall documentation process, but no new news on that. We're still focused on...
First deliveries then next year.
Yeah, deliveries will be next year. Yeah.
Finally, I want to ask you about defense. Jim touched on it in terms of the labor issues in St. Louis. But the defense industry right now, especially when you look at what's happening around the world, it opens up some interesting opportunities for you. Where do you see the greatest opportunity right now?
Well, certainly in the U.S., the defense spending is going to be increasing, and we feel like our Boeing programs are well supported in the recent budget negotiations. So good domestic market, but I also think we're going to see increase, particularly in Europe, in defense spending, which creates some new opportunities for us to either address directly or partner with in-country suppliers to address that market opportunity.
Kelly, thank you very much for joining us. Guys, we'll send it back to you. Kelly Wartburg, CEO of Boeing, joining us here exclusively on CNBC. Guys, back to you.
Phil, thanks very much. Now on to last night's deadly shooting in a Midtown Manhattan office tower. A gunman opened fire inside 345 Park Avenue, killing 4 people, including a Blackstone executive and a New York City police officer. Authorities say the suspected gunman died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The building where the shooting took place houses offices for the NFL, as well as Blackstone, KPMG, and real estate firm Rudin. We'll be right back.
At Public Rec, we're on a mission to make comfort look good. We develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last, easy to care for, and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pads, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments, no matter what comes your way or how you spend your day. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. Public Rec, where comfort rules.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. CNBC Plus. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Hey, get away.
Your guys' garage is on fire.
10 years ago, I invented the Ring video doorbell for moments like that, and Ring security cameras for moments like this.
Order filled.
And Ring alarm with professional monitoring.
Would you like us to request emergency services?
Yes. 10 years of reinventing home security and tens of millions of safer homes. Protect your home the way I do. Learn more at ring.com.
Vital Farms farmers are up early every day for their hens, but couldn't you just sleep in?
Do you like waiting for your breakfast?
Order submitted.
Vital Farms. Good eggs, no shortcuts.
Same old phone? Nah. It's me in 3 time zones. One eye on an edit, 1 foot on a trail, and 1 on this guy. Why settle for glass buttons? This is a real flex. Can your phone do that?
We are on this course against a challenging environment, which includes a generational pullback in Medicare funding set in motion in 2023 and playing out through 2026. Unprecedented medical cost trends measured in both intensity of services used as well as unit prices and more aggressive care provider coding and billing technologies. The prospects for further contraction of the Medicaid and exchange markets, and finally, the continuing public controversy over longstanding practices and complexities across the entire healthcare sector.
That was United Health CEO Stephen Helmsley on the call this morning. Shares of UNH are down in the pre-market. The health insurer issues full-year profit guidance well below consensus. Jim, they're talking about medical costs that are higher on the order of $7 billion, and they think it's going to last well into next year.
That was just jaw-dropping. I mean, this is United Health, which I think people should understand is the gold standard. Even, by the way, Optum, which has been so good, is not that good. David, this was a miss. The only thing that they didn't talk about, who knows what's going on with the government, but I don't
Warning. He wanted to bot shorted at 75. Damn, I have a short at 87.
They just mispriced on Medicare plans, right? Mispriced it. Many of their competitors already went through this. They're trying to add.
Is that looking good? I'll pump that open. Wow.
Taking usage from the older population who were not taking care of perhaps things they should.
I'm down at 400 on my TPT Pro.
He's been in the job for how long now? Right.
Big time. But I got my 50K. Did you get your Pro yet or no? Oh, this whole time I was muted. I'm down 400 on my 25K TPT Pro. I had a short. I didn't know. I forgot I had a limit order at 45. But that's the one. Yeah, 545. That's the one I didn't hit buffer yet, so I don't really care. I got the 50K just now. Did you get your Pro?
What was the most seemingly forecasted set of numbers is driving me crazy. I mean, Centene next week.
I hope we dump it open because I'm short at 87.
Molina, 17, Elephants, UNH. It's been rough. Across healthcare today as well. We got
Yeah, but sure. I want to get Apple puts tomorrow. When it's Apple. Apple ER is Thursday.
One of the greatest drugs of all time and somehow just completely screwing it up.
It's all-time high, isn't it?
Obviously, Lilly is the key competitor here. They cite Lilly as one reason for their
Nah, I'm not touching that.
in their sales outlook, but they also talk about compounded GLP-1s as well. A slower than market expansion.
Yeah, now that is, I felt that orders when it comes, and given the fact that we know.
Yeah, I think we might get all-time high again.
But this company has been challenged. They seem way out there.
Lily's down as well on some of these.
Well, I mean, we saw some really good drugs. I mean, Lily's just back to where it was last week. Lily's right. I mean, look.
We have 4 people ready for the TPT challenge. Make sure you get yours before the thing ends. Oh, you did? You're not playing?
As quickly as expected, I guess Lilly might get hit.
I can give you the freebie. You want to do that? Shut up. I'll get you the freebie next month.
Continued what they call unsafe and unlawful mass compounding has continued.
Whenever we get the freebies in, they said they'll give it to me the first week of August. So once we get the freebie, we can start it. What's up, buddy? Yes, keep dropping. Yeah, 5 minutes. 4. Yeah. I blew 2 trade day account. Couldn't pass it in time. I was in a rush. I got 2 days left, I guess. I think I did 4 NQ at 85 and it blew. Yeah, I set it in the limit order in last night. It's short at 85, which was all-time high. And then went up to 615. Yeah. That wasn't smart, but I didn't think it's gonna pump this much. Yeah, waiting on Apex to pay me. Yeah, just small payout, nothing big, but Apex takes forever. Trade like those M and Q. I don't trade NQ on funded. Yeah. When I trade NQ, I end up blowing it up on the evals. What's up, Chris? Looks like it wants to pump on the 3 minutes, but the 15 minutes still showing it's gonna go down. So we might get a pump back open.
Order candle.
Oh yeah. That's a big one too. Jokes at 10. And yeah, I think it's a red folder, so that's pretty big.
That's big.
You have a limit at 599 a short. I have another one at 610 a short. We do that Bulenox giveaway too today.
In the age of AI, smarter threats needed smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Nuveen invests with a foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations.
2 minutes.
To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To innovate just around the corner. 5 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen.
Dang.
Invest like the future is watching.
We got a lot of earnings to get to this morning. Is that where you want to go?
Yeah, it's not looking good, SK. Not for us. I'm still gonna hold. Hopefully the bot doesn't go long. Yeah, bot it's not going long.
President Trump seems to find the sales lag, the tools volume are weaker, the outdoor growth lighter. Just keep an eye on these things because at this point it's going to yield an outside yield.
Yeah, I think it's going to at open. At least at open. 615 is all-time high. Yeah.
They were beneficial. We thought that was the point. And David, one that you introduced us, PayPal. Well, the account looked okay, and they do drill down. It's like, no. So we have real earnings today that say what you see before in earnings.
Oh, whoa. Oh, a lot of my shorts just hit. Holy shit. Got some of that. Wow. New all-time. What a piece of shit. Wow. That pump hurts. Yeah. Wow.
Interesting story in the Journal today on that front in terms of two senior
Come on, drop back down.
people in the antitrust division, the DOJ, who were dismissed, who had just come in.
Wow.
And
Orders submitted.
I'm so red. I'm down 700 on that pro. Gonna blow soon. And my 150k eval.
Based frankly on the thoughts of one man government. Yeah, which of course is the president. We talked about M&A. Guys, let's get to this other big deal of the morning. And what is interesting about it is it broke up an existing transaction. We're talking about Baker Hughes and Chart Industries. Chart Industries on June 4th announced essentially a merger of equals, all-stock deal with Flowserve. And, well, if you're Baker Hughes and you want to own Chart and you can pay all cash and a premium over an all stock, you're going to win. And they did. And they announced their deal this morning to acquire Chart Industries as well. All cash, $210 a share. About a $13.6 billion enterprise value. The equity value you see right there at a little over $9 billion. And they do expect to close mid-year next year. They're talking about this being around 9 times 25 consensus EBITDA.
There we go. Thank you. I needed that. Woo.
As much as $325 million.
Oh yeah.
In terms of cost synergies. And Jim, also
That's a good drop.
believe it or not, a play as well on the potentially towards the data center. Apparently, Chart has air exchangers for cooling, and that might present an opportunity in terms of we know data centers. Remember, you want to get them cooling.
Cooling, and that's
Order filled.
which is business. But David, what I think is most interesting about
Orders
this,
submitted.
once again, that LNG deal,
Wow. What the hell is going on?
750 billion, which many people say is such an enormous number that it's
Orders
hard to imagine
submitted.
it's going to be met. But it's 250 billion a year.
Well, you need to have all this stuff from chart industry.
Order filled.
So smart. Because look at
Order submitted.
Yeah.
So terribly. Baker Hughes has done so much. They were very coherent last week. Good call. So much to be able to make it so that they're more than just oil service. You got to hand it to them. They're not letting the price of oil get them down. This LNG business,
You're absolutely
is also good for the
broad exposure to attractive end markets. They say this in their presentation, including LNG, data centers, power, and lower carbon energy. They're a leader in heat exchangers, and of course, small-scale compression and cryogenic equipment. Cryogenics.
We owned Dover for the Chapel Trust, in part because Mr. Tobin came on and said, eventually they're going to have to use cryogenics to keep the data centers cool.
Order filled. Order canceled.
Oops. I hit the wrong account. Fuck.
Order filled. Order
The
canceled.
other thing that I find is fascinating about LNG is
I didn't mean to do 5 more short on a wrong account too.
these secret papers that say pause means never do it. So you've got an industry that is probably maybe the most thriving industry that's also a political industry that was almost like a no industry.
Right.
Order
It's a question
submitted.
of getting
Order
the
filled.
export capacity fully there to be able to increase for that target, at least, that they have as part of the trade deal, Carl, with the EU.
Order
Again, we talked
submitted.
to Halima about it yesterday, for example.
We need more trade.
The numbers are more than double what they currently take.
Right. I think we mentioned the Reuters piece yesterday called the target delusional, both from a demand side and the supply side.
I think that's completely wrong. I think it's totally not delusional. These companies that we have are ready. You have to be dealing with the ONEOKs. You have to be dealing with the KMIs, with the Kinderborg. You should be seeing these companies are so ready. They are doing everything right. Our big energy transfer partners, they are so ready to do this. And I think that people keep underestimating how good our companies are in taking that natural gas out. In part because natural gas is a byproduct of drilling for oil, and you don't want to flare it, so you got to send it. And we've got countries all over the world that want it, and we're building purity down there. If we have like a
What? They Apex refund one of my fucking PA because I'm over limit.
That we're on track for a negative year-on-year crude production in this country.
Well, we want natural gas. I think that.
Yeah, they just gave me a refund. So what happened? I lose it? Wow, that's so stupid. I had it for over a week. Yeah.
Order filled.
I mean, you know what? I'm just waiting.
Order filled.
The cows.
Yes. And I think they got their day.
Hold on.
Luckily, the birds that finished its spin size the back
The skies are blue. Sea green. You know, David.
No, I'm deep red. I'm short. Bot shorted. Yeah. I don't get this refund.
We got so many earnings to choose
Which account is
so many
it?
of the stocks are down in response.
It dipped a lot earlier.
Looking losing 20+% of its market value that was once one of the high flyers. I did want to come to spot.
No. Yeah, just short. Oh, now it went long. Okay, bot just went long. I didn't even see that. Damn it. Oh well.
It was first to market with the GLP-1, and now look at the differential in market cap.
It's not fair to the Danes. Get rid of that chart.
Not fair to the Danes. There it is. You've almost almost a full. You've almost reversed the entire mountain up, and now you're on your way down.
Yeah.
David mentioned Spotify.
Yeah.
We didn't do UPS.
I didn't get to Spotify actually. No, but let's hit Spotify. Let's get to UPS. Yeah, Spotify was lost. Subscribers were up 12%. A lot of things in line there in terms of gross margin. MAUs from revenues maybe slightly below, but it was because of FX and other things. But I think advertising, Daniel Ek, to have him come back on one time. Remember we interviewed him?
Yeah, but I got signed on by asking about
Then he disappeared.
Welcome to Rex.
About the soccer. Yeah, the soccer.
Yeah, well, that was just a.
He said the advertising business is one area that hasn't yet met their expectations.
No kidding.
More execution versus strategy. Some promising signs of programmatic, but yeah, not a great response there overall.
Can they not monetize Joe Rogan?
I don't know. The positive case would be, as they said on the call, 3% of the world's population subscribes to Spotify. They think it's not implausible they could reach 10 to 15% of the population.
Oh, they're using the old Netflix kind of thing.
Well, premium subs were a beat. That's what the interesting thing is, and the price action would argue otherwise.
A loss.
As for UPS, Jim, they pulled a guide. Royal Caribbean down 7, as they also got Q3.
Orders submitted.
UPS. Look, one of the things that I've got to hand FedEx, Raj Superbravian was in there, man. He's giving you numbers. And Superbravian's a hitter. Okay, we have a lot of hitters too. Kelly Wartburg, hitter.
Hitter? Okay.
Hitter.
Yeah.
Who's a misser?
Who's a misser?
Yeah.
The UPS.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tomei, misser.
Yeah.
Stanley, misser.
Who else? Yeah.
There's a lot of
missers.
There's a lot of missers.
A lot.
Well, you mentioned Whirlpool earlier. Is our dividend cuts? That's 2 high-profile ones in a week.
Oh, that was so awful. Now, by the way, I posted. This is what I'm talking about in terms of how hard it is to get information on the web. All right. So, what did Perplexity today say about Whirlpool?
I don't know. What did it say?
Oh my! Well, this is the problem with generative AI, because they said, and I absolutely love it. Dividend. Whirlpool maintained its dividend 70th year of already increasing payouts. Remains committed. There you go. They cut their dividend, and Perplexity says their dividend's great as ever.
So you still want Apple to buy them?
Listen, you got to check the work. But that said, I'm sure you guys saw the journal story today on AI talking about college graduates and just what a dire predicament many of them are in.
Yeah,
and the expectations of so many businesses now in terms of their hiring needs. What's going to happen, because you're not going to be training the next generation, because they're not taking the entry-level jobs, but you don't need them for it, long as AI can do it.
They're not ready yet.
You do need to review some.
Yeah, they're not ready yet. Intel yesterday, I read one of these, and it said that Intel's on the hook for X, and Intel, they had already made so they're not on the hook for the
Orders canceled.
They did a program where they don't get paid until they build something. But
Orders
when I
submitted.
read it online, I'm not using it anymore. Sure. I can't. It's too dangerous. You can't check 3 of them at once. It is just remarkable how dangerous AI is. And man, I'm living fit. I mean, I'm like Whirlpool. Let's see what is that. Seems like a 51%, like 49% cut. No, 70th year. Wow. David, I would curse if I could.
Well, you can. We all know that.
Jim Proctor, they do guide pretty good on organic for the full year at 2, Streets at 2.5. They are raising prices across categories, and they have communicated that to Walmart and to Target.
Yeah, communicate all you want. It's not the way it's working. Don't communicate that to Costco. You know what Costco
There it goes, dropping now.
Here's our communication.
My point is, they're not the only one. The other day, it was Hershey the other day.
No, I mean, but they're trying.
Woo, got out.
The Proctor quarter is that good because, frankly, the volumes are not that great, and the pricing power is not as good as you think. The yield's not going to protect it. It's just not great, and it's not great, I think, because there's just the tug of war between the stores and companies like Procter, and don't forget Amazon. I mean, you go into Amazon, and Amazon, David, I don't know if you went on Prime Day for Procter, but I was like, just Procter, there's no gamble. It's not bad.
What was that? Don't they just have to maintain price? They can't cut price on Amazon.
I'm saying that Amazon, everyone makes deals these days. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Better than Super.
By the way, new CEO at the end of the year, John Moeller going to executive chair. The new CEO, Shailesh Jajarkar, a 36-year vet.
Yeah, Joe talked about how long. Joe talked about the Reds, and it looks like the Reds could make the playoff statement and maybe go into a game with John.
No, I don't believe in either this morning on our air or on the call. No real clarity around their acquisition strategy. I mentioned that because of the name I've been focused on, which is Ken View, and whether P&G conceivably would be there as a potential acquirer of a company that has put itself up for sale, while it also considers all sorts of other things it might do and looks for a new CEO.
Same with KHC as we look for to see what happens there.
Procter is an amazing company.
Why is Apex resetting my my PA that my account that already passed? What the hell? They gave me a refund and now they're sending a reset. I don't get this.
Guys, did want to come back to the story of the morning, which is
Oh shit, dumping, hell yeah.
Announcement. UNP buying,
Yeah.
buying Norfolk
Oh, I got out.
$72 billion roughly in
Well, I got out most of
and
it.
cash.
Order
Democratic
Bill.
Party will be joining on the 10 a.m. hour of Swap on the Street.
Nice.
Listen, they're talking, as you might expect, about all the positives. Annualized synergy opportunity within 3 years, they say, of $2.75 billion. Unlocks rail options in markets where rail is currently less efficient by connecting 100
Now let it pump one more time.
enabling what they say is more efficient and cost
I gotta see what's going on with my Apex.
This will be part of the argument they press with regulators, the STB, as we've said, in terms of getting this thing approved. They said it'll be 6 months until they get the application roughly to the STB, and then they're expecting a 16-month review. So you're going to sit there for quite some time here waiting as a Norfolk shareholder, which is why it is trading.
Oh, so they made the one that I passed back into just passing as a PA. Okay, I get it now. No, I didn't touch it because I knew I was at 21, so I didn't want to fuck with it. So I'm just gonna leave it pending again. Oh, thought they're gonna ban me. I mean, I didn't know I had 21. They messed up. The one that they refund, which is the 50K only. The 300 is still good.
Delightful. And again, in my book, I just talk about he's just a straight shooter. I always enjoy the straight shooter.
Dump this Ponzi.
You mentioned so far. You got Cadence. You got Glowworm.
Yeah, he's terrific. By the way, Cadence, that is, when people look at Cadence, the number one partner is NVIDIA. Now, NVIDIA also has the story out there, and not confirmed by me, by the way, that there's still the H20 orders for China are huge. There have been some talk that maybe they would be. Cadence is a fantastic company. And I think that was the sign that NVIDIA is in great shape in China. NVIDIA is doing so well. What are you going to do? It's just relentless.
It's on the cusp of overtaking Boeing as the best down stock of the year.
Wow, $4.36 trillion. I mean, obviously every new tick is a new market cap high for the world.
If you're perplexed right now, you're perplexed.
Ooh, what a drop! I need this.
Do you think that Elon Musk is
Yeah.
building his own relationship with Samsung because he can get all this NVIDIA stuff? Get in line for planes and NVIDIA chips. Get in line.
Bruce Dickinson said we need more NVIDIA. I think you get more NVIDIA.
The Boeing backlog went to $619 billion.
When I spoke to Kelly earlier, he was saying, I was saying, oh, come on. These
Oh, not me. No.
President Trump says, no, the orders are real. We're going to make the planes. And now I know Boeing, but Boeing's been a horse. I just think that Kelly Ortberg, in such a short period of time, has done a remarkable job. We have to slow some of these people. We can't just battle.
I think we should just do whatever is appropriate. You can bang them all if they deserve it.
Okay, then I'm going to tell you that I think Jim Fish
Data coming out in 10 minutes.
and that's one of the reasons why I'm putting them on today.
Can't wait to see that.
I love it, Jim. That's great.
Can't wait to. Oh, look, Jim.
Order canceled.
Wow, Davis.
Alexa,
Order submitted.
By the way, guys, we didn't really get to Merck. It's down almost 8%.
Yeah, maybe that pump was a fraud.
What are you going to be asking Mr. Davis?
Well, this Gardasil, when is it? The Chinese are not really helping themselves. You would have thought that the Chinese would help me. And then you've got the Keytruda
You know the patent cliff coming up.
Right. Keep true to
Order
the great
submitted.
trucks of all time.
They're talking about
How many lives have been saved with that truck?
but they are talking
Order
about
filled.
Hell yeah, let's go, baby.
Order filled. Order
Oh
filled.
shit. Got out green. I averaged down on that PA. I need to get out my pro, still down 600, 500 now.
Before we move into the heavy stuff, starting tomorrow, 10-year.
I hope it don't. Okay, I gotta fix this one. Yeah, this Apex, I'm way over negative 30%, so I'll get denied on this one.
Submitted.
It's okay. Better being blown. Yeah, it might with the data.
Fixed income.
Yeah.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000?
What Phil? Oh, hell yeah.
Vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery.
There we go.
Order filled.
There we go.
Kosla says you
Order
can make
filled.
1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross what
What a dump. Wow.
So you want to know how to get started with this technology? Go to the website on the screen, and I'll show you how. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps.
Yeah, sizing is key. You don't size too much, you can still be alive.
Explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that.
Whoa!
Nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive.
Oh my god, all I have left is my pro. Holy shit, that saved my ass. Woo! I just need to get out. No, I'm negative 130 instead of 600, almost 700 earlier. Get me the fuck out of here. I know. Get me out. Holy shit, that's nice. Oh, don't go back up. Oh shit, I didn't know I blew my 150 TPT eval. Shit's gone. No, the pro's still negative. I can't do the 150 anymore. I can't pass that shit. It's too hard.
You don't have to talk to a bunch of robots, just humans in America.
Robots are the worst.
9 grand. Yeah.
For them 50 and up, get 2
I can do 25 and 50, but I can't do 150. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna cancel it. Too hard. Yeah.
Sure, the Starbucks have been around the block since Brian Nickel joined. There's a look at where the shares are now since the announcement, up about 21%. We're going to talk to him tomorrow in this very hour.
Are the two locking stores really going to destroy him that I've introduced? Look out. What the heck is Brian Nickel we're talking about? That's some stooge. That's some spiritual. Jennifer's trying to Luckin coffee, the Chinese.
What a fake pump, man. That is such BS. I bet a lot of people blew up on that. I guess I'll let it renew. It's in 3 days gonna renew, so I'll just do another 150 again. Give it one more shot. It's expensive though. It's like 240 if you fill. I'll be more aggressive next time. Let me see how much it is. See, next time I'm gonna hurry up and do it, and then if I fail, the reset's only $100, so I have a better chance. But I took my sweet time, so that kind of messed me up. Let's see how much it is with the 40% off.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school.
It's oh, it's not bad. 216 renew. So yeah, I'll let it renew. Yo, so did you sign up for the TPT giveaway? Not giveaway, but the challenge? I should get the freebies next week. Rad, you didn't sign up. Oh, yeah, I got 5 then. It's okay. That should give me hope. Get him in, buddy. Uncle Bugatti, right?
Smart financial move.
Yeah, some fucker took my code.
No medical exam and 1 million coverage.
Here's my, I got you the freebie for next month, okay?
I'll get coverage now. Is it laundry day already?
They're supposed to give me... Yeah, what's up? Thanks. They said they're gonna give me 20 of the 25k eval, so we can use a whole bunch of them. The only bad thing is not free activation. We got 5 minutes. Man, that dump saved my ass. I hope we dump more. You okay, Gambit?
But if it's the difference between getting McDonald's breakfast and selling for a Big Mac.
Later, buddy. Bye. I should have tried to pick the loss on that TPT Pro. I was negative 130. Now I'm back to 300 negative. I just hope the news is gonna drop.
It's time for Jim and Stop Trading. Just to tell you how hard it is when you're trying to figure out this.
Dude, I can't believe I came out all green. But the copy trading kind of fucked me up though. It keeps reversing on me. So I was pretty green, and then it went back to red, so I just cut it.
13%. Data center on track to double this year to $1 billion. Free cash flow is strong. They raised the first quarter, but they kept their full year guidance.
Not on Apex.
What's happening there?
Speaking of old pieces of RTX, check out Otis the other day. We talked about it last week.
I had treating marks on the very tough quarter. China was really, really horrible. Against that, take Celestin, which is a huge CLS, and they're manufactured for tech. David was talking about tech during the break. Tech is good today.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, the market is up, even though the response to most earnings is Nvidia's up, AMD's up, Oracle's up.
That's 11% of the S&P right there.
Yeah.
Order submitted.
Remarkable day. Yes.
I need Apex to hurry up and pay me. Oh, Ismail, there was a elite traders. Does it have like the dumb thing, 30% negative drawdown?
Also bought a lot of the boutique M&A firms that trade publicly about 3-4 months ago. They did quite well. So
I'm not throwing you much of the 3, the 4, the 5, whichever one's late.
Okay. Okay. So it's not like okay, good, because I was bag holding like negative. Yeah, I was like negative 1,000 something, and I got out alive. Oh, thank you. Like, they denied me. I understand why, because I was bag holding that shit. It's okay they deny me. I won't bitch about it. I don't like scamming any company or anything. Alright, we need another dump.
Two high absorption ingredients, clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Trust QNO for more comprehensive brain health.
Oh, man. Behind this family's financial future is their advisor, helping them grow their wealth and share it across generations.
And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by smart, repeatable strategies.
Going back up. Well, I hope it goes back up. I'll reshort it.
Active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
We can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
It guides our every waking moment. What we do and how we do it. But the amount of light we need can change in an instant.
What account? The Ninja Trader? Oh, ETF. Okay. Yeah, I'm green every day on that too.
To get started.
Nice.
Keeping your kids on a healthy diet is a full-time job. Hyatt is here to fill in the
Order
gaps and
submitted.
help make sure they're getting everything they need.
Oh yeah.
Switch to Hyatt and get 50% off your first order.
Crypto staking just hit Wall Street. For the first time ever, staking rewards are available through a US-listed ETF. Introducing SSK.
I'm at 1,500. I'm gonna do MNQ on these. Oh, I'm gonna do NQ. Maybe it's going back up.
Foresight Fund Services.
Order submitted.
I want to reshort. I need to set my short in case it pumps. In case it pumps, I need to get this pro to pay out. There we go. Yeah, this is not T1 news. Doesn't look like it's doing anything. It didn't do much. Yeah.
6 Eastern, streaming on CNBC Plus.
Tuesday morning, welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen, Carl Quintanilla and David Faber live, as always, from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are kicking off the morning in the green. We're up about
Yeah, I should have taken profit earlier.
We're at these record levels. 0.3% information is your best performing sector in the market right now. The chip stocks are on the move. NVIDIA, Broadcom, those usual suspects fueling the market. Utilities, real estate, financials, energy, and consumer staples are the other winning sectors. Everybody else is under a little bit of pressure.
They do that?
Treasuries, seen some buying in the overnight action. Yeah, that continues right now. We're about to get JOLTS, the job openings data, but the 10-year yield 4.37, so lower yields across the board. Today it is a mega deal for the rails. We'll be joined in just a moment by the CEOs of both Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern, fresh off of their $72 billion tie-up.
That's cool. Oh, it's going back down again. Oh, news is negative?
Lowest level of just since April this year.
I don't know. Nothing can dump this market.
What's notable here is
This market is just fucked.
769 moves up a bit.
Oh, damn. My weed stock is down 12%. Fuck. Yeah.
Now let's look at the conference board numbers. These are for July. 97.2 is the headline number.
Bad earnings. Yeah. I guess people don't smoke weed anymore.
Just since May of this year, if we look at the present situation, 131.5, that is not sequentially higher than our last look, which was 133 after a slight revision, but nonetheless, it's still the best since May. And finally, what lies
PayPal dumped too, negative 8%. Wow. I wanna.
It is sequentially higher than 60.
But see, Apple is red and the market's so green. I want to get Apple puts for tomorrow.
Since just May of this year.
But today's only Tuesday now. I'll get Apple puts Thursday.
Numbers we did get some volatility on that JOLTS number, especially considering it's coming off such a
Later, buddy.
strong level. But all things considered, 437 before the number in a 10, 438 now. So we moved up and down a bit, but net change very little from previous to the number release. And of course, we all know that this week we're going to get 2 job reports. We're going to get ADP and then the big government job report on Friday. So JOLTS does have an outsized effect, but really nothing to be learned there. A lot lighter than our last look, but very close to expectations. David Faber, back to you.
I see the bot's gonna go short. Bot's getting faked out. Yeah, bot's going short in next candle.
Biggest in fact of all time, Union Pacific announcing in the rail industry. Union Pacific announcing it will buy Norfolk Southern. It's a cash stock worth about $72 billion at present. It will create the first coast-to-coast freight operator in the country. And as I said, ranks as the #1 deal the rail industry has seen.
Come on, get me on this pro.
Joining us now for the first on CNBC interview is Union Pacific CEO Jim Benna and Norfolk Southern CEO Mark George.
Can't believe I blew that 152. I did so good yesterday on it. Yeah, I bought that yesterday. And just to die today. I went in too heavy. Yeah. It's okay. I can't do 150. It's too hard. I'll give it one more shot next month.
Well, Morgan, listen, thank you very much, and thanks for having Mark and I on with you this morning. We're excited, and when you take a look at the way the U.S. network is set up, it's split from one side of the country to the other, and we discussed it, Mark and I, and we had the thought at Union Pacific of how do we improve service for our customers? How do we give them a better product? How do we let them win in the marketplace? And this combination will do that. Is it great for America? It's great for America. We're going to be able to move products seamlessly, whether it's products that are made in Arizona, copper that's mined there, or whether it's products east of Mississippi.
I might go shorter now.
We're real excited, and that's why we announced today after a few months of discussion and
I'm
coming to
negative
a deal.
200 on my tick, so I'm not gonna mess with that. I should just stop.
Deal doesn't use a voting trust. There's reverse split fee. What do shareholders and other stakeholders need to understand about this deal, especially as Norfolk Southern shares trade lower?
Yeah, look, I think when details are absorbed by the market, they'll understand the value here that we're creating. I think we're both coming from a great position of strength right now. We're both operating exceptionally
I don't know what to do.
great safety records, service records.
Scared along. I'm still. I got one account. I'm back holding a short.
We've got a great growth trajectory, but together it's like a force multiplier. You know,
Should I cut it? It's down -2 now. I'll wait till like -50. I'll cut it. Oh, bought one short now. 568. Yeah, it's confusing.
To really create something bigger than what we are.
Yeah.
It became very, very clear how big these revenue synergies are. So we're really excited about the future. And again, I think, Morgan, what's important to understand, this is about the reindustrialization of America and how rail can play a huge part in facilitating the move of goods.
Well, remember I told you the 15 minutes still looked bad, remember? Even after the pump? We came back down. And it still looks bad. So it might drop. I mean, short might be good. I guess gotta wait for a bounce. I need a bounce first if I can short again. Yeah, because that is bad. Shoot, I want a -70. Yeah, I'm gonna get out. -69. I'm safe. Almost blew that. Yeah.
And we have a smart way to operate.
44 is too hard to get.
We have a transition that we're going to work through in detail with Norfolk Southern that is not going to have the same.
I'm gonna wait and re-short later.
We have guaranteed jobs for anybody that's unionized at Norfolk Southern and at Union Pacific, because we're absolutely sure we're going to be growing our business. So we've thought this through very carefully, and we're prepared to move ahead in a very,
very
short
68.
logical.
Yeah, it's get 70 and I'll re-short.
And we're going to spend 2 years now planning. While this is under review, we're going to really start advanced planning on integration. so that we can hit the ground running when it
Not
is
too bad.
and
Blue
make sure that we don't have
3
any
evals
level of
today,
disruption.
but no auto PA safe.
An openness
Okay,
to
let me reshort this one.
potentially doing this deal? How did you get comfortable with the regulatory risk? And
Order submitted.
how much hinges on this open seat at the Surface Transportation Board and what that nominee looks like?
Well, Morgan, the way I look at it is this, we knew when we started to talk and when we decided to merge that we were going to have to go through a process with the Surface Transportation Board. We like what we've heard from the Surface Transportation Board and the new chair on how they want to follow strict rules about how we move decisions forward. So we're looking forward to it. We have a strong case. It's all about delivering for America. It's delivering for our customers, having a better service product, and absolutely making it so that they can move it at a very much better cost-effective manner because of the amount of touch points we remove on rail cars. We're excited about it.
Mark, how do you get labor on board?
Well, as Jim mentioned, we're going to have guarantees for the union workers. So
Apex
we're going to engage with
copier.
labor, and I think at the end of the day, this
Changes
is about
to
growth in America.
MAQ.
So we're going to need more workers than fewer workers.
Jim, you're viewed as a disciple of Hunter Harrison, precision scheduled railroading. How does that factor into the combination of this network and how you can improve service and offer value to shippers?
Well, Morgan, that's a great question. And we would not be able to cross the first hurdle in this transaction in getting it completed if we did not operate a railroad that is very efficient. And if you take a look at our last quarter, we're the most efficient railroad in North America at Union Pacific. Our service metrics were outstanding, and we measure what we sold our customers. So fundamentally, you have a strong balance sheet, strong company financially, you're providing service at a high level, you know how to operate and use your assets, and we always carry a buffer. We understand that it's an outdoor sport that we're in. So we carry a buffer of locomotives, we carry a buffer of people, we carry a buffer of assets, and our network as a buffer of capacity so we can win. So I'm excited. That's what precision scheduled railroading is all about. It's really simple. The problem with it is the execution's a little hard. I've been doing it for a long time. I think we've got this.
Finally, we've got 6 Class 1 railroads, at least until this deal closes. Looking across the industry, is this going to trigger more consolidation?
Yeah, it's tough today.
This is a win for our customers, win for America. Leave the rest of them to do what they have to do. This is the way I look at it. If you stand still, you get left behind. We look at what's possible at Union Pacific, and the discussions with Norfolk Southern the same. It's what's possible, and we're real happy with what we're doing. Mark, any comment on that?
Yeah, we don't control what the others decide to do. We welcome it if they do decide to get together, and if they don't, that's fine too. Right now, we're focused on building a better future for the country.
Yeah, and certainly the macroeconomic landscape, and as you just touched on, reindustrialization of America, sort of speaking to the moment for this milestone deal. Jim Venna and Mark George, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you, Morgan. Take care.
Order submitted.
All right, thank you, Morgan Brennan, for bringing that to us as well. Not unexpectedly, of course, the two gentlemen behind the deal pushing the benefits for America, the public benefit, which is something the Surface Transportation Board will actually decide on, and the reindustrialization.
Is it good for America?
They will say Transcontinental Railroad is good for America. In fact, they did say it. They said it over and over again. They did a very good job in terms of how they were advised to speak about the deal. But that's going to be the key here, not to make light of it. And I think the expectation is, and Jim Venna, I believe, this is what led to my reporting on this a few weeks back, has already done a lot of the groundwork in terms of in DC, Sarah, trying to make sure that if in fact they did present this to the regulators, it would have a good shot of getting through, and stressing the themes that clearly are of interest in this administration, and potentially adding jobs, the infrastructure, the reindustrialization, the efficiency, the fact that other countries have transcontinental railroads, an American, super rail, if you will. And so that's where they're going to go, and we'll see what the STB decides. It will obviously take some time. And more importantly, and Morgan asked this at the end of the interview,
Order submitted.
Burlington Northern and CSX similarly join hands to present
Order
another
submitted.
union to the STB at the same time, so they can decide if the STB
Yeah, Mark is too
either
strong.
both are allowed or both are
Short's
not,
getting
'cause they
killed.
wouldn't go one way yes and one way no. That would be unusual, one would expect. There's the 4-member board, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, but one Democrat falls off towards the end of the year, and the president
Order canceled.
has the power here to appoint whoever he wants. So once again, a lot of this comes back to President Trump.
And the unions, he said in the interview that they're going to guarantee jobs, which
Order
I think
submitted.
is probably helpful for those that are unionized in Norfolk. We've got a lot to talk about. Here's our roundup for the rest of the hour. Prescription for volatility. Novo Nordisk and United Health both sinking, while AstraZeneca gains on earnings. Much more on all of those healthcare movers, including a conversation with AstraZeneca's CEO.
Plus, consumer confidence data just out, following some mixed signals on spending from earnings. We're going to talk about top plays in consumer-facing stocks.
And Boeing does beat the street. We'll break down the company's turnaround plan after a big rally so far this year. One of the best performing Dow names here to date, as we're once again in a tight range. 6,400. Squawk on the Streets back after this.
Oh, so you corporate types are rough.
It's no more data, right? I think that's it for the news.
Workday AI agents are making you all rock stars.
Okay.
Sorry.
Order filled.
Proceed.
So
Order submitted.
any
Yes.
questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents. I'm sorry.
Who are they?
Oh, interns.
Or interns.
Gonna get the elite
See you tomorrow.
ETF to pay out.
Morgan Stanley. Old school hard work meets bold new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to your full potential. Old school grit, new world ideas. Order filled.
Hell yeah. Almost even now.
Never miss a moment. The Genius Act is focused on payment stablecoin. The United States government has put its stamp of approval on a very important digital asset.
You can't have a socialist city in a capitalist nation.
What is very important is that the president choose a person who will defend the Fed's independence.
With over 40 unique flavors, there's an H-E-B Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason to hear everything's better.
Looks like it's going to drop again. I actually want to put one in for my 85 if it hits. Yeah. Dang it, it didn't hit my limit, but my other one's about to be green. Pump right back up.
Situation is playing out. It's good for our business. It's good for aerospace, the aerospace industry in the U.S. Going to create great jobs, and I think that's what the administration's focused on doing.
Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg last hour praising the state of these trade deals. Boeing initially higher on the results, did turn lower in some early trading. Joining us this morning, Jefferies analyst Sheila Kahyaoglu has a 265 target and a buy rating on the stock. Sheila, it's great to see you. Some of these numbers are impressive in defense, revenue, services, free cash flow. Obviously, you clearly don't think the street has quite caught up yet.
Yeah, I think these results were very good across the board. Commercial and services beat our margin estimate. Defense did really well. The free cash flow burn was only $200 million. Street anticipated that $2 billion. Free cash flow burn year to date is 2.2. These numbers overall are very solid.
Where do you think, any idea about
why we took a turn lower here this morning?
I think stocks up 33% year to date. At 230, one of the best performers year to date. I think it's just taking a breather. We already
Yeah, I'm
saw the
flat now.
737
I'm gonna
and
wait for
87
another pump.
rates going to 38 and 7 a month
Order
when
submitted.
Boeing reported deliveries
No,
to the
everything's
US.
flat now.
And so
Oh, I need a pump so I can short.
momentum, but I think the tariff point is one to harp on with Boeing because I think it's one of the best tariff plays out there, just given the order momentum the company can build on.
Right. It definitely it carries a lot of water on trade when we're talking about buying and selling an aircraft. This IAM issue regarding the defense workers in St. Louis, is that going to get material?
I think it'll pass, and it's only 2% of the workforce, much smaller than Renton was at about 30%.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what you just said about trade, which is a big deal, and Kelly sounded very complimentary of the administration. I mean, I thought even before they started announcing trade deals in the Middle East, where there were all sorts of commitments to buy Boeings, and then now in some of these trade deals, how much is it moving the needle for Boeing in terms of added business?
I think a lot.
Let me do a spin the wheel thing for that Bulenox real quick and on Discord. Get that set up.
But the trade deals are still preliminary, so they're not in that 650 number. We're telling about 450 preliminary orders from the trade deals. That includes Qatar, Indonesia, Japan, and much more to come with the EU deal too. So I think that the tariff trade deal is going to build order momentum, and given the backlog is 7 years, it's going to help pricing, which obviously helps free cash flow.
Viewers obviously remember how it was bedeviled for several years. Just concerns around the culture regarding safety. How do we talk about the stock right now through that lens? And do you give Ortberg credit for turning that whole engine around?
Yeah, I think Kelly Ortberg, Stephanie Pope, Brian West in his last quarter are all turning it around. Kelly's being very, programmatic and systematic with how he's thinking about the rate increases. We've now reached 38 a month on the 37, which is 50% of Boeing's free cash flow on our estimates. So thinking about going up in rate, but taking a close look at the KPIs and staying at the same rate for 6 months before really increasing. So I think it's slow and steady wins the race, and the momentum's building, and the culture seems to be moving forward in a positive manner.
On that monthly production rate, what's a truly aspirational number? I've seen 42 thrown around, but what do you have in your models for the coming years?
So we have an increase of 5 per month. So we'll go to 42 next. They'll stay at that rate for 6 months, and then 47. They've never really done above 55 for more than 6 months. So that is 52 to 55 is our target in 28 per month. That's a lot of aircraft.
Yeah, a lot of aircraft. Where overall then, where does, in an environment where defense clearly gets a lot of chatter on the street, where does that fit in on this story?
I also want to go back to the order momentum point. I think
Are you still short?
on time without concessions and a good product. Volume pricing is very important as these tariff deals come in too. People will want the aircraft and will pay a premium for it to get it on top, to have it as people fight for capacity. On defense, we're starting to see the turnaround. This is the second quarter in a row where BDS hasn't seen any losses. So hopefully, this is a business that generated $2 billion in EBIT and free cash flow just 5 years ago before the loss-making programs came in.
Fascinating turnaround that it's been. It's been great to watch. Sheila, appreciate the help. Let's see where we get on the name as we work through the next few months. Sheila Kayal with the
Thanks.
Coming up, Novo Nordisk plummeting double digits after a weight loss warning and news of a new CEO. Stock's down more than 20%. We have details for you next. Plus, exclusive comments from the CEO of AstraZeneca on tariffs, GLP-1s, and reports the company is looking to move its headquarters to the U.S. And the playbook
Let me spin this.
after confidence numbers top estimates. Got that at the top of the hour. See which stocks to buy. Still a big show for you. We'll be right back.
Look at this.
Personal the solution. Result. We reach your goals as a group. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there.
Oh, you won, huh?
Management experience. It's time.
We're on a mission to make comfort look good.
premium performance fabrics that are built to
And
last.
that's it.
Easy to care for. Hard to live without. Our Daymaker pants, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments. No matter what comes your way, or how to spend your day. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. Public Red, where comfort rules.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't have a person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia. Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches, only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
My name is Mike Cannon, founder of Sigma Relief. Much of my career has been working in construction. I love outdoors and horses. That active lifestyle is what has caused my body to hurt. I didn't want to let this affect my family or my life, and that's what motivated me to create a team to build the Sigma Relief patch. Clinically proven to reduce the impact of pain. The patch is a game changer. No creams, no pills, no wires. The patch is reusable and there's a real money-back guarantee. Whether it's your neck, back, knee, shoulder, or just aches and pains, this patch can give you your life back. When I gave my best friend the patch with tears in his eyes, he said it was the first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds of thousands who found relief. I'm asking you to try the Sigma Relief patch today by going to our website. If you're thinking about buying, it means you need one.
Are you trading Gambit or no?
CNBC. Live ambitiously. Wednesday, August 6th, join CNBC's virtual
You went long? Alright, this shit hits.
Register now at cnbcevents.com/smallbiz.
I'm trying to short. I ain't trying to long because 15 minutes still looks a lot more downside.
Into the hour. Here are some big movers we're watching. Chip designer.
3 minutes still looks like that's some downside, but it's towards the bottom. But but you might be able to get out. You should be able to get out.
Shares on pace for one of their worst days on record. Let's get to Angelica People with the details on that in particular. Angelica, it doesn't come out of nowhere because the stock has been on a bumpy ride, but it goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bumpy ride, but today we are just getting bad news and also an update on the company CEO. So for the rest of the year, Novo is slashing its full year sales guidance, and they are also announcing a new CEO. Now, first, let's start with the guidance. They're now expecting sales growth of 8 to 14% versus the 13 to 21% that they had previously guided. Now, the street had already been trimming its estimates
Nice.
for that 13% sales growth, but clearly those estimates had not come down enough. And
It's where it
that
bounced
has
last time. 550 where it
they
bounced.
see for the rest of the year. Now, the new CEO, that CEO is Mike Dustar. He's currently the head of international operations at Novo, and
Ooh.
he had a chance to address investors this morning. Here's what he had to say.
The fact that my announcement comes right after the guidance update, well, it just makes the mandate ahead even more clear.
I need a pump so Gambit can get out and I can re-short.
Differently. But we'll do that by building on the core strength that makes this company so unique.
So the question here, though, is why would they promote someone from within, especially someone who comes from the international business, when today Novo is saying that the U.S. is really at the root of their problems. And so just now on a media call, I had a chance to ask both the new CEO as well as the chair of the board, why are you the right person? Why is he the right person right now? And the chair of the board, Helga Lund, said that Mike is an exceptional leader with a track record, and he points to his ability to build high-performing teams, and he also has broad commercial experience around the world, and he does have experience in the U.S. And Mike himself did say that just because he led international markets, that doesn't mean that he doesn't have experience with the U.S. He sat on this executive management committee, and that has given him insight into the U.S. So we talked about some of his different priorities. His top 3 priorities are deepening Novo's leadership in diabetes and obesity, and also sharpening the commercial execution, as well as realigning the cost base. So he has a big task in front of him, and this is just what we're hearing so far, guys.
what happened here? Angelica, how did Lilly and Novo, who dominated this space, Novo practically had the
Oh
cleanest
man, I would have got out green now on that pro. It hit my limit 45. That's when I shorted last night. Wow.
That both Manjaro and Zepbound, that is a better drug. It helps lead to more weight loss, and they have been gaining share consistently in this market. At the same time, you have this compounding. And that's what Novo was saying today is really the source of the problems that they see for the rest of the year. They estimate that
I hope you're
compounding
not too
represents
deep
about
in. Damn
1/3
it.
of the market for GLP-1s, and that they thought this market would go away when
Oh,
the
that's
FDA
deep.
said it would
50K
start
or
enforcing
150K?
this so-called ban on compounding, but that hasn't happened. And they say that their market research
Oh,
shows
my bad. I meant
that compounding
25K.
is still a formidable threat, and that is something that they are going to have to contend with. And so, whether they just didn't see it coming, that's an open question. But at the same time, now they have all of these fronts that they're dealing with. They have Lilly to deal with, they have the compounders, and they have questions about their pipeline and whether they are set up for success, just not for the next few years, but for the coming
Oh, that
decade.
pump back up, yeah.
Yeah, stunning to watch. And look at that longer term chart there in terms of the ascent and of course this.
I wanted to get back to 600 so I can short, but I would not long.
Said this morning that the man who killed 4 people Monday night in a Park Avenue office building in
But man,
Manhattan.
that pump to 652 was so bad.
Eric Adams said
They would
today
have blew that
James
150K.
talked about the CTE, though he was not an NFL player. Sources tell NBC News he left a 3-page
Oh,
note
you about to get out, Gambit? Let's
several
go.
references to the condition, which is often associated with football players and other athletes. Now, among the victims, an off-duty New York City police officer who was working a corporate security detail. Police identified the officer as Diderol Islam, an immigrant from Bangladesh who leaves behind 2 young sons and his wife who is pregnant with their 3rd child. And investment giant Blackstone confirmed today one of its senior executives was also killed. The company said in a statement, Wesley Lepatner embodied the best of Blackstone and shared prayers for her
It might
husband,
go up. It's
children,
up to
and
you,
family.
man.
According to Blackstone's website, Lepatner was a Yale graduate who joined the company in 2014 from Goldman Sachs. Sarah.
I know a bunch of people that are very close with her, and she was a rock star. It's so sad, leaving behind 2 children. Thank you, Silvana. Just, valued member of her community, of the Jewish community. I think of Blackstone, where she was a rising star in that real estate business, and it's just devastating. The randomness of life.
Our thoughts are with the folks at Blackstone today. Let's walk
You
on the
got
street
it?
back after this.
Damn.
This would happen. We got you.
Disaster threatens to put production weeks behind. All the team prepared to be there in minutes. The scale and expertise to get you back up to speed is ready to go with ServPro. ServPro.
Yeah, you should have got out. Damn.
Oh, I can ignore that. Just a reminder to get life insurance, but I can do it later. We just got our life insurance to Ethos.
You could get $1 million in coverage, and it only takes about 10 minutes. That's not bad, actually.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring wealth
Guess
isn't
that
a
goes time for my
guarantee, it's a
Apex.
goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach
Yeah.
will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement
Retirement Survival Kit. 1-800-213-5317. See if your dream retirement is on track. If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
If you went on a road trip and you didn't stop for McDonald's,
Might go back up for you.
it was just
Not a mosquito in sight.
You should have got out earlier when it hit 67.
It's a mosquito karate. But now, since Active Pest Control came, it's just peace. It's easy to get started, and Active treats the inside of your home at no additional cost. So you've got more time for what you love, like soft
Rejects.
For $19.95. Offer ends August 31st. Call Active Pest Control.
There we go. Alright, there we go. Now it's working. Well, the good thing is it's near the bottom now on the 3 minutes. Get it? So you might be good later.
Pressured consumer on their calls, while Royal Caribbean shares are falling despite saying bookings have accelerated since last quarter. Joining us now with his top consumer picks is Neuberger Berman portfolio manager John San Marco. It's great to have you, John. So how do you navigate what seems like a little bit of a fractured consumer environment? Pressure at the low end, high end remains strong, confidence comes back.
Good morning. Thanks for having me on. I think that's a great setup. I think, there's a lot of mixed data out there. And I would characterize as the consumer being in somewhat of a fragile condition. You saw the confidence data improve sequentially. There's some encouraging stuff in there, like their thoughts around inflation and the job market, but it's still down, still depressed by historical standards. So I think, we're one additional shock away, one confidence shock away from the consumer retrenching again. But, I'd characterize the condition as okay. There were some opportunities for some winners within that backdrop.
Like what? What do you like right now?
We really like O'Reilly Auto Parts. We think it's a great way to play defense with growth. It's it's the leader within auto parts retail, which is from my perspective the most tariff insulated area of retail. Pricing power there is not infinite, but they compete mostly on service, on speed of delivery, on parts availability.
There you go.
Areas they're winning more today than they were a year ago. So we think whatever happens with tariffs and the consumer health, they ought to be well positioned. Home Depot is another name.
Was it 73 you got in?
Activity market. But, I know that we exited 2022 with 7% mortgage rates and existing home sales around 4 million units. That's about where we are today.
Watch it goes up.
Years later. So some of that impact industry demand.
Damn.
Depressed. And on the company specific side, they've executed exceptionally well. This is very well for when the cycle turns.
I was going to say, but we've been waiting for the cycle to turn for a while now, and that doesn't necessarily
Looking for
happen.
the
It
pump
has to
second
happen for
short.
Home Depot to work, doesn't it?
The cycle has been painfully stubborn, and that's fair. In some respect, not to be too Pollyanna, I think it's so bad it's good. The more home projects that are getting deferred now, the more home projects that will are getting pent up, and we will get those eventually. But to your point, for sure to sit here and hold the stock should this cycle sort of persistently never come, the rest of the stock. I think that's very well discounted.
Oh, they lowered the payout threshold on Top Step.
They can do that. Certainly we move into the back half of 25. I think your downside case is the status quo, that the business is back to sort of eking out modest growth, and my base case would be that you get a little cyclical help and those kickers that from all the work they've done around M&A and self-improvement.
John, a couple of questions about beauty, given sort of the upturn in Ulta and
the repair work that EL's been working on. What's behind that? How much is left to go? And is that a comment about some kind of consumer resiliency?
Yeah, it's perhaps like taking a step back. What I really like about Ulta, that I think is unique to the beauty category.
15 minutes has more downside.
Prestige and such a unique position. I think this is one of the few retail verticals where the bargaining power is within the distribution because consumers want to come there and try and shop across all these price points. So I like all this, right to win. Now that said, we're coming out of a year where they were, I think, arguably rightfully left for dead by the market. Competition was proliferating. As you pointed out, the category had its own troubles and it slowed back down to earth. And then they had just, myriad self-inflicted operational wounds. And, fast forward to today, there's a new team in place. Execution is visibly better. Last year, most troublesome competitors have either plateaued or paused or in some cases retrenched. So, I think in the category, I would expect to be somewhere around stable. But I think Ulta's performance within that category, I think they'll start to demonstrate their right to win in what, secularly is a very attractive category.
Well, John, the market overall has sort of applauded the clarity on the trade deals, and companies across the board seem resilient. Different case of what I hear in the consumer sector and in retail in particular. I mean, a deal like Vietnam, for instance, that the president announced with 20% tariffs and 40% transshipments, what does that do to U.S. retailers and who's most exposed?
Yeah, that's a really interesting and difficult question. On one hand, retail is sort of coming out of the tunnel. They were just starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. On the other hand, your question really highly focused on tariffs. Obviously, no sector of the consumer economy is more impacted than the retailers of goods. So it's sort of a mixed bag. And as a result, I'll hedge myself a little bit to say my expectation is that I think in the near term the consumer and retail has fewer tailwinds than sitting here today than it did coming into the year. So I think the next move is a little bit slower, a little bit of consumption slowdown in retail before we get to 2026, and perhaps there's some stimulative effects from the tax bill that are helpful. But the biggest of which is obviously tariffs. I mean, the consumer data we're all looking at today that is coincident is showing us how the consumer is behaving, and they're just getting the first or second inning of the price from tariffs. So
there's the pump back up.
In a bigger way next month than today, and a bigger way than that in a few months, and we see the consumer stumble a little bit, pull back on some discretionary pockets, but nothing. The consumer's balance sheet.
Oh damn, you'd have been green. I'm about to reshort.
To weather the storm, but perhaps weather the storm less good prospectively than retrospectively.
All right, well, thank you for joining us with all the commentary. John San Marco from Newburger Berman. Good to see you.
When we return, AstraZeneca CEO breaking down the quarter, plus his expectations for tariffs and whether or not the company's looking to relocate to the U.S. Later on, don't miss the CEO of SoFi, Anthony Noto, as that stock goes to almost a 4-year high today. We're back in just a moment.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Smarter threats needed a smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Consumer cellular knows there are a lot of options flying around, but they slip away too fast.
We don't play games. What you see is what you get.
Let's see. I might not short because 3 minutes want to pump up some more. It's gonna be hard. 15 minutes still. I don't know. It's so fucking hard today. I mean, you might be right on the long, but I don't know. Yeah.
Its final moments. We're now in the closing bell market zone. Here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day.
Order canceled.
Commercial-free coverage.
Let me short at maybe 600 for 95.
Order submitted.
Breaking earnings news. E&G. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
So the busiest
And drop that down.
Microsoft and Meta platforms reporting their results tomorrow. One trader's taking a look at the setup for big
Oh,
tech and
Microsoft ERs tomorrow too.
and an opportunity to profit. Tune into our Market Navigator segment later on today with Power Lunch for more on those strategies, 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Not all multimillionaires build their wealth the same way. You have
The fearless investor.
The type A CPA.
The bootstrapper. The boot maker.
Yeah. But many do have something in common.
We all trust Schwab with our wealth.
Thanks to our award-winning service, low costs, and transparent advice. Every day, over 1 million multimillionaires trust Schwab with $3 trillion of their wealth.
You want a long? What do you want a long at? I think I'm along at 45, damn it.
Order canceled.
I'm gonna try it.
Order
At
submitted.
42. Yeah, you say you want a long, right? If it hits.
Cancer, heart, and kidney disease medicines. I did speak with the CEO about the quarter. Any expected tariff impact on pricing, weight loss drugs as well? I also asked about the company's recently announced $50 billion investment to expand manufacturing and research here in the U.S. Listen.
The innovation in this country is tremendous. The U.S. is leading the world in biopharmaceutical innovation. And I think this is really fundamental. It's fundamental to U.S. patients, fundamental to the U.S. economy. Why? First of all, for patients, technologies are exploding. Science is rapidly improving. When I started in my career, we were selling pills. Today, we have so many different technologies. The day when we can cure diseases that are seen to be incurable today, that day is not far away. And it is happening because of the science.
Oh, you went long already?
That is taking place in
You
this country.
bastard.
So great science, we want to partner with that great science. And the second, of course, is a big country, big population. People need our medicines, so we can keep them healthy.
How much you up?
The battle, I think, is still too much about keep dealing with disease and keeping people a little bit longer,
Nice.
but not necessarily healthy. I think the future has to be to diagnose, screen and diagnose people early and keep them healthy longer. So that's really what our industry should be focusing on.
On tariffs, I'm curious what you make of the new framework of the EU deal that has been announced and the fact that it appears that pharmaceuticals will have to have a 15% tariff when shipped into the United States. How does that affect you and what do you think about it?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm sure you're going to get different responses from different companies. As it relates to our company, we took the decision several years ago to invest in different geographies to supply those geographies locally. And, that was not solved by what happened during the COVID period. We realized
Mugo was flow. The pro again. Mugo.
so we now have in the US. So
Yeah.
we just have announced a multi-billion-dollar new manufacturing state-of-the-art site in Virginia. So mostly we are self-sufficient to
That's
manufacture
how much
our
buffer.
patients.
Have,
A couple of products
yeah,
are still
it was 2K, but I didn't think got caught on a short and panic and just sold.
shifting as soon as we have the regulatory clearance for that, they will be made in the US and will be self-sufficient. So that doesn't
Yeah,
really affect us.
it wants to drop, but I want to short and he hit 77, so I can be short.
Well, it might raise the cost of some medicines. It depends. Again, every company will be in a different place. If you actually happen to manufacture in the US for the US, which we do.
Guess we can start the Bulenox giveaway since it's slow. It's a prop firms that has Project X. The what?
So in the US, if you manufacture locally, there's no reason.
No. 10 days. Every 10 days you get payout.
There is indirect pressure. I don't expect, in our case, that it would
145.
because we are self-sufficient here in the US.
But it's lifetime though. And you can do whatever you want. You can scalp and all that and hold your drawdown. I mean, it's decent. You should try it. I'll get you a freebie if you want it. Oh, right now it's like $20 because it's 90% off. But if it's not 20% off, it's usually at least $30, $40. It's up to you. Just the activation fees are expensive. No, they had Project X. I don't use Top Step because of the hacking, and then it's too expensive. Top Step it's always $59 for the eval for the 50K, and then $150 or $159 for activation. So that's a lot. Ain't nothing bad about them. Other firms are a lot better.
And in that context, we decided to go the oral route. So we have an oral GLP-1, and we have other agents that are oral agents for hypertension, for cholesterol management. And so we have an oral agent that is progressing through clinical trials. And we've gone that path because we believe
you're not babysitting today?
to take. It will be possible to price it at a more
So you're not babysitting today?
An injectable product. And so we are going to be able to bring it to many more patients outside the US. Because outside of the US...
Oh, look at that drop. I don't think I want a long.
Order candles.
No, don't cancel my long.
So we believe an oral agent will be more affordable if we can bring it to so many people around the world.
Where's my Bulenox giveaway? Oh shoot, I don't have it on here. Let me add it in. Videos, Lucid, Tradeify, My Funny, Bulenox.
Pharmaceuticals were the number one export of the United States.
Option.
$100 billion worth. It represents all European exports to the U.S. Right now, what the EU is saying is that in this new deal, it actually stays at zero tariffs, subject to the results of the 232 investigation, which the Trump administration has done on pharmaceuticals like semiconductors, national security implications.
Okay, should be started now.
That they will go up to
Good luck, guys.
which will be a big deal for when we import medicine from Europe.
All right, Dean, and like I said today, another couple of weeks before we learn more about the tariff levels on that particular sector. In a couple of minutes, our stocks overvalued, what the street is saying, according to the results of our latest Fed survey. And I'm sure Dr. didn't quite get to it today as we go to break. Its name we've been following closely. It is surging.
That drop.
He said it would indeed resume shipments of Elevidys for muscular dystrophy. Be right back.
Man, my short was like 2 points from hitting. Sucks.
I know how to make slick looking goggles/glasses.
but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Hero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
All Gotti's goggle glasses are great news for all Gott's accounts.
Yeah, it dropped. Good thing we didn't know.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
77 cash out to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
Last year, we helped small business owners fall asleep. This year, we're waking up. Meet the world's first AI alarm clock, Craig AI, or as I like to call him, Craig.
Craig, is this magic?
It's not magic, just AT&T Business's fast, reliable internet. Don't worry about saying it.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch
Damn, I wish I kept my short on a pro. I would have been big time green. Yep. 50 points on the bot. That's a good short.
Mosquito karate, but now
I want to try one little long.
Order filled. Order
Now
submitted.
at 28.
treats the inside of
I want to do a
your
quickie.
additional cost. So you've got more time for what you love.
Order filled.
There you go. It's still negative 60. I was negative 100
Good
something.
for
So.
$19.95. Offer ends.
Getting there.
Call Active Pest Control.
You can get this fixed
Yeah.
now and pay later.
Damn it, I guess I won't be able to short anymore.
And this, get fixed now, pay later. 4 interest-free payments at SafeLife.com.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
Showtime! Save big this summer with the bundle that has something for everyone.
Here we go, boys.
The Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus bundle. It's awesome. Get it all for less with plans starting at just $16.99.
CNBC out with its latest Fed survey showing some growing concern about the market's valuation. Let's go over to Steve, please. He's got details for us.
In response to the CNBC Fed survey expressing as much concern about overvaluation of the stock market as they have in at least a year. S&P seemed pretty much flat, even down, according to the average respondent. 37 respondents.
Near the bottom. I'm going to try one more long. If it hits 20.
Order submitted.
Below where the market is right now. A good gain expected.
Damn, I'm just mad I should have kept my short.
Order filled.
Level up to 69.36.
Order submitted.
I am. I only got one. I'm not doing big.
Order filled.
There we go.
That's 84%. Just 16% say the market is correctly priced. That is the highest level of concern about overvaluation that we've seen in about a year.
I'm going to try 2 next time. Okay, let's do 519.
Order submitted.
So we gave up all the gains we had earlier at open? Wow.
26. But note here, the expectation is for little relief on the long end. The 10-year is seen ending the year at 436, about where it is now. And just a little bit of a decline expected to 2026, 425. So 100 of cuts on the overnight, but not much on the 10-year. Enabling the Fed to cut the
Order filled.
Yep, long again.
Order submitted. Order
Out again. Woohoo, negative 38 now. Hell yeah. Let's go. That'd be sick if I get out green on this pro. No, 38 now.
So do you think we'll hear a little bit of a tone change from Powell this week? A little more amenable to cutting rates because the inflation numbers have been more benign?
It could be, but it also depends on the horse trading that goes on with the statements, Sarah. As you know, we'll see if he does tee up a September rate cut as the market expects.
Steve, we'll see what we get tomorrow. Thanks a lot, Steve Lees, for this morning. As we there's a little steam here, but again, an extremely tight range on the S&P, just down to 6,400. Still to come.
I gotta go pee. Been not long. I'll be back.
Following results on both names when Money Movers begins in just a minute.
She's been there for you through everything. And now you're learning this next thing together. We get it. Find a caregiver for this. Join now for 20% off care.com.
This July at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. Ready? Pay nothing. And I mean zero zilch nada or 18 months. Just
All
to be
right,
clear,
let's
that's a
go.
year and a half. I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until
One more drop so I can
January
long.
2027. We don't know when we'll be able to offer this special financing again. So get in on this while you can. And did you
There's
know
like
almost
11
60%
tickets to
of
win
all
that.
investors choose to
I guess people don't like Bulenox, huh?
choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place?
Damn, that long was good.
We use an exclusive window frame material. It's called Fibrex. It never needs painting. It's twice as strong as vinyl.
Oh well.
And it was
Okay,
designed
I'll still have my
to
long at
room
18.
temperature swings while repelling moisture from the elements. Speaking of the elements, summer brings warm weather, and warm weather brings bugs. Lots of them. Beat it, bugs. Not on our watch. Our patio doors are designed to slide easily. They're not going to stick and let the bugs in. Replace your windows, patio doors, or your front entry door, and there's no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. Get them now and pay down the line. And how about this? Anderson products will increase your home's value by 15%.
Dropping again.
It's true. Get out your phone, plug in your home's value, and multiply it by 0.15. That number could pay for your new windows. Now that's what I'm talking about. Book a free window and door inspection with us and make sure to call before July 31st to lock in our special financing. 1-800-918-0808.
518, I'm going long. I don't know. Nice.
Our second day in Sweden. We'll get a live update on what to expect and what it means
If I knew, I would have kept my short. Yeah, I short at 6:30. I'm long now. Hopefully I can get out. Me too. You are? See, the 3 minutes is over. Oh, it's sold now. There we go. I'm out. $27 more. Nice.
from
No,
inflation
that's a
from rents
lot.
cool down as well. That can keep inflation in check as well.
Yeah, we've already started to see it a little. Neil,
Order canceled.
Woohoo! I'm out. I'm only down $12 now. Let's go, baby.
Record low originations and new members in Q2.
I need to play some more.
Money movers will be right back.
You only have two, right?
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar? It should. Bringing the microchip powerhouse to market? Mizuho was there. Any women tech company needs a corporate and investment bank. We're there. Mizuho Americas, a name worth knowing.
Many kids' vitamins are filled with sugar, dyes, and gummy additives. Hiya is different. Our kids' daily multivitamin is made with 15 essential vitamins and minerals. No sugar, no artificial dyes, just goodness. Get 50% off your first order.
When your home needs work, where do you go?
Angie.
Angie?
That's where Angie came in.
With Angie, find top-rated pros in your area, plus compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
She's weird, dude.
You want to make sure that they're taken care of. I kept putting it off. So finally I searched best online life insurance. Nathan came up. I was able to get a rate instantly. It's a relief, to be honest.
Check your price today at ecos.com.
Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped. A glide step, wide fit, hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
Paper trade or what?
Just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
There are places no cell network can reach. Trust me, I've been there. That's why T-Mobile now has a cell network with 600 dedicated satellites that automatically connect your phone. Verizon doesn't even have 10. And when you try to connect to them, you got to wave your arm around like this, looking all goofy. So, join T-Mobile. Come out to the middle of nowhere. When you get here, drop me a text saying, you won't believe where I am.
Drop it again.
Making something truly original isn't easy, but finding it is.
Are you winning long? I don't think it's a bad. Just 5?
ESPN Plus bundle. With plans starting at just $16.99 a month.
Yeah, that's certified. I got a long way to go, though. Oh, you're trying to get more money.
Management begins and ends with you. Reach your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
That's
Is this how
up.
you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good
Order
retirement
filled.
strategy.
Order submitted.
Retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track. Call for Fisher's Comfortable
Order
Retirement Kit with
canceled.
the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Need 4 more hundred to pass this stupid trade day.
Order submitted.
As a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better. Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have to come in queue unless you plan for it. If your portfolio is 1 million or more, call
Yeah, 3 minutes. It's endo will solve section, so.
Secret Order 1932
Order filled.
Indian coins have been found. These gorgeous
Yeah, I told you, even from the beginning on the pump, I told you 15 minutes got room to go down. They don't.
Experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1932 dated gold coin featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress and a majestic eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 92 years of history you can hold in your hand. Call 1-888-870-6353. Call now when you receive a free bonus over a $55 value free with every order. Call 1-888-870-6353 to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they
Order
sell out.
canceled.
Don't wait.
Nice, nice.
Call now.
In the age of AI, smarter threats
How
mean
much I
smarter
need?
protection.
Yeah.
CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of
Order
cybersecurity.
submitted.
What's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we
Alright,
stop,
2 minutes into the
verified by
giveaway.
human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter, your business stays safe, so you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. Stop breaches.
Order filled.
Visa, Starbucks, Booking Holdings, Mondelez.
Order
Analysis
submitted.
And what the numbers say about consumer spending. Sean Ford, Morgan Brennan. Closing bell overtime. Today 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus. Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand.
Order canceled.
Any market,
Order
anytime,
submitted.
anywhere. Start streaming.
I gotta work on this 50K pro.
Money movers, take a look at Novo today. Down double digits, on pace for the worst day since '87, as the company slashes really its full year guidance.
Order
Novo
filled.
saying that now expects weaker growth expectations in the
Order
second half
submitted.
for its GLP-1 drugs, Wegovy and Ozempic. Company also announces the appointment of its incoming CEO, Mike Doadstar, effective August 7th. Joining us now to break down the move is
Not the average
Order
down.
strategist Jared Holtz. Jared, who
Order
writes
submitted.
today, we believe analysts will start to question both
Order
near-term
filled.
and longer-term obesity
Order
expectations that have ballooned out of control. Is that across the board, do you think?
Order filled.
Hey, Carl, yeah, I think it is. I mean, we really don't know what the breakdown is going to be of market share in the second quarter in
Damn.
particular. But I just feel
Order
like the street
submitted.
models have gone from, first it was 50 billion, then 100 billion. Now it's north of
Order
150
filled.
billion. Some are predicting for the total size of this market. It just seems like we got
Order
there
submitted.
I'm down 200 now, now, pro.
It's
I'm gonna have to average down a little bit.
It sounds like this is about more than just compounding, right?
I think there's so many factors. I mean, compounders are one
Point Phoenix.
So I need my Pro. I need 92 now. That's not too bad.
That's a lot of things. Campbell Food Services Company Cisco's with us. We'll talk about the company's latest quarter, the impact of inflation, and a lot more.
I think we get it.
Not a great team. Dow's down 215. Stay with us.
Sponsored by Crypto.com. Is America's premier crypto platform. As an independent financial advisor, I stand.
Why do you all go against the bot? Why? Bot was killing it.
Your long-term financial well-being above any short-term transaction.
Picture. My job is
Did
to
it?
help you invest in yours.
Charles Schwab.
Hey, you better get out. Get out.
Financial advisors who are passionately dedicated to helping people achieve their financial goals. Visit findyourindependengadvisor.com.
My name is Mike Cannon, founder of Signa Relief.
You made money?
And horses. That active lifestyle.
Oh, commission and shit.
I didn't want to let this affect my family or my life, and that's what motivated me.
Keep going, baby. Get me out of here.
Clinically proven to reduce the impact of pain. The patch
No, we're not long again.
no creams, no pills, no wires. The patch is reusable, and there's a real money back guarantee.
Order bill.
Oh, come on, get me out of the Pro now. How long again with dip?
Can give you your life back. When I gave my best friend a patch with tears in his eyes, he said
Order
for the first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds
Let's
of
go. Yeah, damn. You would have made a lot of you, hell.
If you're thinking about buying, it means you need
What a
one.
pump.
You have nothing to lose, I promise. The patch works.
This market is crazy, man. Yeah, we want another dip. I'm still bag holding the TPT, but if I can get out, I might be green. 92. It's trying. I don't want to cut it. Come on. Come on, you little hoe. Ah, it's, oh, what's so? Damn it. It's trying to bounce up. It's just flatlining now. I think you just need time. Again? Less contracts though, right?
Order cancel.
This Rocket Money would actually do something for that too.
How?
It shows you all the subscriptions you're paying for, and then you can cancel right in the app. Everybody downloads
Order submitted.
Rocket Money.
Order submitted.
Yeah, cash out. Oh man, I should have got out. NQ are you playing?
Of the U.S. consumer right now.
Damn.
Small business owners fall asleep. This year, we're waking up.
What's your average now?
Meet the world's first AI alarm clock.
That's not too bad. I mean, you're just deep in.
It's not magic, just AT&T Business's fast, reliable internet.
Yeah.
After my health scare last year, can't help but wonder if they'd be okay without me.
We still need to get life insurance. They need this. It's a smart financial move that helps
I don't know.
the future.
You look at it, it's not really down that much. It's negative 0.2. I know. There you go. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I got out some, a lot of them.
They may be
Woo!
eligible to receive at no extra cost.
Save me, daddy.
It's too through a Humana
Fuck you.
Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. Call now to see if there's a
Well, I have one after whole. I need 492. I can't average down anymore.
dual eligible special needs plan. You could have doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Plus, most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get $1,200 a year. That's $100 each month to help pay for eligible
438
groceries, utilities, rent, and more.
440 on the
Order
long.
submitted. Loaded onto a prepaid card each month. And whatever you don't spend gets carried over. to the
Nice. Woo.
You could get
I'm out the other pro.
plans include dental coverage with $0
I'm gonna be long at 440.
vision coverage, including eye exams and a yearly allowance for eyewear.
Hey, you never know.
Order submitted.
Gotta believe.
And coverage toward hearing aids.
What a
And
pump.
you could pay nothing for covered prescriptions, even brand name ones, all year long. You'll also get $0 copays for routine vaccines and telehealth visits. And you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan network of doctors.
No, just the movement is really hard. You see how it is, right? It's so stupid. I can tell everybody's blowing up. Bears got wrecked in the morning, and then Bulls got wrecked just now.
See if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra benefits. A knowledgeable licensed Humana sales agent will
It's all about
assess your coverage options,
sizing, though.
help you enroll over
Like,
the phone.
I play like a little coward, but nothing's blown up yet. I'm not unfunded.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances
Yeah.
with a spreadsheet instead of
See, the one that blew up is all NQ because it's just eval.
updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Never miss a moment. The junior
Oh yeah, only the what is that, ETF? Because I have a time limit. I have 30 days to get a payout before they start charging me, so I have to play NQ.
You can't have a socialist city in a capitalist.
But I only played one, so I was back holding like negative 1800, like came out green.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this week deal? Or is this a little more your style? Retiring wealth isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this. Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317. Fisher Investments disciplined approach will help see
We got out and it just ran up big time. I would have been green. And I'm close to being above the buffer too. I just need $60 more, but I ain't gonna do anything now. Oh, look at the 3-minute oscillator on my stream. It's curving up. If we get one more dip, let's go long.
Much of my career has been working in construction. I love outdoors and horses. That active lifestyle is what has caused my body to hurt. I didn't want to let this affect my family or my life, and that's what motivated me to create a team to build the Signal Elite patch, clinically proven to reduce the impact of pain. The patch is a game changer. No creams, no pills, no wires. The patch is reusable, and there's a real money-back guarantee. Whether it's your neck, back, knee, shoulder, or just aches and pains, this patch can give you your life back. When I gave my best friend the patch with tears in his eyes, he said it was the first time in 16 years he did not hurt. Join the hundreds of thousands who found relief. I'm asking you to try the Signal Relief patch today by going to our website. If you're thinking about buying, it means you need one. You have nothing
Just wait for a drop.
I promise the patch works.
Maybe if it hits 500, I might long, a small long.
Message to investors. Power lunch. Streaming us CNBC Plus.
Etsy for original items, like these personalized teas under $40, or vintage glassware sets under $50. Handpicked by a real person to match your taste and budget. Special starts on Etsy.
Let me end the stream. Bye guys, good luck. See you guys tomorrow.